or started to approach the growth of other markets. And obviously, and we'll get into this more, but there are several pieces of the formula that need to come together. But I think number one, it starts with the foundational elements, which is the workforce. Michael, you mentioned the draw of talent to New York City, and if that was a question during COVID, anyone that gets around by car here in Manhattan post Labor Day, I think we'd all agree that the city has taken yet another step up. Obviously, that's true as well of subway ridership. The apartment market here, the rental apartment market is at an all-time high. All of these things tell you that generally New York City is back. Job numbers, I'd say across the board, we're very bullish for the recovery of New York, even relative to other markets, which cannot tell the same story yet. So that's the general, and then as it relates to life science, again, it's all about workforce, talent draw, the academic medical centers, and that's a regional sort of reality, which I think bodes well for, again, years to come.
Right, so what do you see as some of the challenges, right? I mean, we can, because it's fairly easy to see what the attractions are, right? But one of the things that disturbed me is I see the growth of areas like Florida, areas like Tennessee, areas like Texas that all have one thing in common: no taxes. They have something else in common: relatively low prices for that demographic that's so critical to New York's health, 25 to 45, to actually own property, right? Or to live at a reduced rate. And counterbalancing that is the vibrancy of this region, right? So I was out to dinner with Mitch last night, and afterwards we're smoking cigars at some place that's obviously not a place you want to promote in a life sciences meeting. But it was interesting because I was chatting with some 30-year-olds, and I was sort of positing, gee, what do you think about the region? And it turned out, of the three, two had folks who had moved to Florida, and they go down there and they really don't like it, right? They go down there and they sort of, oh my God, we have to, want to see my folks, but a week down here you can like shoot me. And they couldn't wait to get back to New York, and I was so happy to hear that, right? Now, I don't know if it's the same reaction in Austin. I haven't spent enough time there. I don't really have a feel for that. I went to school in Nashville, so I have a much better feel for Nashville. They're competitors, but they're much smaller. They're not on the map yet. Do you see that as a longer-term threat, and how do we deal with that? Do we have to push, and this is where you get synergies, do we have to push housing, availability of housing, availability of low-cost education, and some sort of relief for the younger generation so that we can continue and we can get to that critical point where, we'll become unstoppable?
The governor is talking a lot about housing and the issues that to be able to retire here, and that hasn't been on the agenda for New York State for many, many years. So I'm not sure how the citizens feel about that, but across the board, it's a long-term initiative. You're not going to change things in a day. But that's another reason why New Jersey and New York and the local jurisdictions put together programs to reduce the cost of doing business here, and maybe that's a refundable tax credit or grants to help you reduce the cost of bringing in new employees. So we do see it for industry, and we respond to it, but in the personal side for your homeowner's tax and the other taxes that you're paying in New York State, you have to be tough to make it here. But on the other side, we do have programs. There's a program called Startup New York. I think that the legislature doesn't love that program, and we're going to review it and maybe change some aspects of it. But one of the attributes of being in that program for a small business is that even their employees don't pay personal income tax. So wow. I know that's neat, right? Even if you don't have a huge salary, you just don't have to pay personal income tax. That's nice. So we've been hearing all of these things, and we're trying to feed back and build programs, I'm sure like New Jersey is as well, to answer this response.
Yeah, Kara, it's time we have to get you to chime in because we can't not include our good neighbor.
I appreciate New Jersey being included. And yes, I agree. some creative programs. We just launched an evergreen fund, $600 million to invest in New Jersey companies, where we'll match venture funding to $6.25 million, which we think, especially in today's market, we've approved 10 qualified venture firms for this program that startups can tap into. And you mentioned these other locations, like I'm thinking Research Triangle, San Diego, come up on the list as hubs. And we hear, and I'm sure the people on the panel here, as talking to companies, having access to the whole commercialization ecosystem and the talent are needs that these companies have. And what hasn't been mentioned is the location, the prime location of our region of travel across internationally and having access at JFK and Newark for these companies, and the ability to get to DC quickly and Boston by rail. I think we're just in this super location for companies, and the ecosystem of pharma being built, especially across New Jersey, where we have a lot of startups of ex-pharma guys that end up starting their own company in our region. And then this blend of new technology along with it. We just started an AI task force at the governor level, and we're diving into how AI is being leveraged across our life sciences, with companies like BMS and J&J. So I think with the talent and especially the diverse industries, I think Loretta mentioned film and media and then all the other sectors that our region covers makes it very attractive. We're not just a one sector region, and so that creates that diversity.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to understand and to have a sense of how vibrant this area is, has been, and will be, right? So with that, that's a great segue into, let's talk about some of these up and coming projects, or probably some of them have up and come. Let's start with Kips Bay. Who wants to chat about Kips Bay?
Sure, I can talk about Spark Kips Bay. So this is the redevelopment of the CUNY Brookdale campus in Kips Bay into, I hope I'm going to get my numbers right, I think a 1.5 million square foot science park and research campus. That's what Spark stands for. That will include several CUNY colleges. It will include a DOE high school. It will include a health and hospitals ambulatory center. And will also include one or two significant life sciences commercial towers on the property. So we will be, I don't have too much to share because we're actually on sort of the eve of releasing the master plan, which will have sort of more information about the master plan for the campus. But I think it's just a really unique opportunity for, to take advantage of the fact that you're going to have the colleges there and the high school, and really thinking, we keep talking about the talent, to really think about what a pipeline into the industry can look like on that campus. I think there's so much opportunity. And also thinking about, these intersections with technology that we keep talking about, right? So I think it could be, an AI ML campus, or, some other sort of like emerging technology where we're seeing, an intersection with life sciences. And I think my boss, Sue, is going to be talking about sort of our tech-forward life sciences strategy later. So I'll just, give you a little tease there.
When we talk about Kips Bay, it's new to me, right? Is that big lot right by the UN? It's that huge thing?
It's farther south than that. So it's in the upper 20s on the east side. So on the East River. So Bellevue is there. Alexandria is there. Taconic, the development Matt talked about.
That's the site where there was that big power plant that was there?
You're talking about the Con Ed.
Yeah, the old Con Ed site.
North of that.
Yeah.
North of that, but south of the other one. It's there, but and how much land are we talking about, roughly?
You know the answer?
So the Spark is, I think you're right, it's around 1.5 million feet. Our project is across the street. It's not part of Spark, but that's another 500,000 feet. You combine that with what ARE has, which I think all told is 1.5 million feet unto itself.
So up to 3 million so far.
Yeah, and to me, what's really exciting about this, we talk about the challenges of New York City specific to life science. You mentioned it earlier. New York is known, if you take a step back, financial capital of the world, media and tech, fashion, a number of different sectors that have all competed for land for building opportunities with life science. One of the things we believe that we need as a city to take the next step for that sector is in its branding. We need people outside of New York to start thinking of New York City more as a life science destination. When you have this conversation casually, it's of course Boston, it's San Francisco and the like. So Spark to me, given its scale, but also given the, and it's come up a few times here, the education of the workforce over the long term. So you've got a high school, you've got trade schools, you've got the higher education all happening on one site adjacent to a dense commercial lab, and you've got the major academic medical center there with Langone. So to me, that's a powerhouse sort of area that has a couple of different headlines that will come out of this. But I think that'll take those projects will be a big step forward for New York City as a whole in terms of more international brand recognition specific to research.
No, it's
And
just,
what you did, really, and what New York City is doing, investing in the real estate so that a life sciences company could come here and the risk isn't as great. Where years ago, you know, every dime came out of the company to build out that space.
Yeah.
So the risk has been reduced by these brave souls. And it's, you know, it's coming out to be a benefit for everyone. Companies can move faster and they're not spending all their money on infrastructure, which, you know, their board doesn't want them to do that.
Yeah, and as we said earlier, there's a number of elements that go into a formula. Talent, one. Training the workforce, two. Real estate, of course, in this area has real estate specific for research has been limited. You know, you're starting to see some of that supply deliver now, and in the past you had companies that maybe were formed here, spun out of our local academic institutions, but had to go elsewhere. So all of these ingredients need to come together, which they have done significantly relative to, you know, as we were having these discussions 6-7 years ago. Compared to then, we've taken major steps forward. As I said, sort of to me, we now have to promote, and I think New York as a brand needs to take a step forward more broadly, internationally even.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely a benefit to have so many industries in our region, right? To have film and TV and to have finance. And actually, I think people forget we're the second largest tech economy in the world. So it's great that we have all these other industries, but I do think that it can hurt us sometimes in terms of just the visibility of the life sciences. And so that's something that we're actively thinking about is how can we make this industry more visible to New Yorkers and to the region so that people can really see themselves in this industry. So that's just something that we're thinking about.
I think that's really important. And one of the things you often hear about the Boston ecosystem is about the density. You know, everybody's in Kendall Square. And, you know, we know now that they've had to expand much more broadly because of traffic and rents and overcrowding. But I think one of the interesting challenges, even just on Manhattan Island, setting aside the whole region, is you've got so many neighborhoods with individual life science density, but like this Spark project with you across the street and the hospital and the medical school, that's just one subcluster. So I think it's tricky because we would like to brand the whole region as a successful life sciences region, and also each of these subclusters wants to brand themselves.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the solution is there, but I think we do need to all be working on the visibility and the branding, and we've each got a slightly different story to tell, but somehow we need some overlapping talking points that that make it possible for people to start to recognize that it really is a dense region with tons of opportunity and space and the full ecosystem.
well, you
New
need
York City Planning had that report about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And, you know, that put us on the map. People were surprised to see that we were doing so well in job numbers and companies and real estate, actually. So I think if we continue to advance those initiatives, talking to people, things like this today and getting the word out. This Chen Zuckerberg thing, you know, everybody pays attention to what Mark Zuckerberg is doing.
Well, we probably need, so in the real estate construction and design industries, we have this thing called the Building Congress. And it's an organization that brings these diverse interests together, and so you find commonality, and you have programs and initiatives. And it sounds like maybe we need something like that driven by the private sector that has participation from the public sector. and you lead sort of industry-wide initiatives. Let's talk about Chan
Yeah.
Zuckerberg. What is that?
So the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub New York, it is one in a network of these biomedical research institutes that the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which is the philanthropic organization started by Mark Zuckerberg and his wife Priscilla Chan, who's a trained pediatrician. They started this foundation to really fund cutting edge, really ambitious research projects that just can't be funded through traditional means because they take a long time. You know, they're looking at 10 to 15-year time horizon. And they're, you know, the science reads like Fantastic Voyage. You know, it's very, a very high tech. So the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub New York, CZ BioHub New York, the focus of the science there is going to be on bioengineering the cells of the immune system to sense and treat incipient disease. So, you know, detecting disease at a much earlier stage and then actually engineering the cells of the immune system to address that disease, maybe even before, you know, the effects are felt. So it's very, very cool science. Chan Zuckerberg Initiative is investing $250 million over 10 years into this biohub. And then both New York City and New York State each are investing an additional $10 million each into the biohub. It will be in Manhattan. We don't know precisely where yet, but it's being led by, speaking of a regional play, it's being led by Columbia, Rockefeller, and Yale. So we have gotten so much interest in this project since the announcement 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly what you're talking about. It's attracting so much interest from a really diverse group of, you know, different types of stakeholders in the industry. So I think everyone is really pumped.
Yeah, we need
Monica,
to.
what will it be? A building, a
So it'll
campus
be
with an incubator?
25 to
or-
35,000 square feet of space for, you know, scientific discovery.
The
So it'll be
earliest
in an
stage, like academic.
So there'll be
translation, or-
basic and translational research happening there. The idea is to be developing tools and technologies that can translate to cures and treatments.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be outsourcing a lot of stuff and
Yeah.
probably supporting a lot of stuff. And while I love what they're doing, I really do, they should add a zero to that, and it would really be good, and maybe even 2 zeros.
Well, you know, what has happened in San Francisco is that they have continued to invest. That was the first biohub, and they have more than doubled their investment in that biohub. So I think it's possible that, you know,
Right,
the
and we
investment will
need to
continue.
get some institution from New Jersey to be part of it.
Can I just say quickly that, because this is the real bragging point, that I keep saying how we all work so well together. And so Sue Rosenthal from Life Sci called ESD and said, you know, this is happening. There is an RFP, and we need to answer this. So Empire State Development, New York Life Sciences Initiative, and Life Sci put together the response to the RFP. And with all of the technology, university, and assets that we have in New York State, they took us seriously. So this was a win. This was a broad, across the U.S. opportunity, and we won it.
Yeah, I mean, there were almost 60 different competing applications, 30 different cities, so.
And unlike what we said about Spark, how these are the types of announcements that put New York on the map.
Yeah.
There's 3 of these right now. When Chicago was named, many of us thought that was it, and that was national news, not national life science news, not national real estate news. That was big news. This is much the same, and so another major sort of headline for the sector, and that's how we look at it, is no matter where it goes, this is a win for everybody.
Absolutely, I think
Look,
that's exactly right.
When people in this region act cooperatively, right, and they put their heads together in a positive way, nobody could compete with us, right? And we've seen that, but that it has to start here. It starts with organizations like this and your various institutions. So we're down to our final, supposedly 4 minutes, but who knows? And what I'd like to do is throw this open. If anybody has any questions, you can ask questions of anybody except for me. You've got these people here, they're fabulous. We've got New Jersey, you know, and any questions you might have. Okay, a bunch of shy folks. What do we have?
It's early in the morning. Oh, there's one.
Kara, I was wondering if you could speak to some of the larger projects that's going on in New Jersey that could really support the greater New York City ecosystems?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. And I want to applaud New York on the Chan Zuckerberg initiative. I think while New Jersey's not intimately involved in that project, I think it will be a boom for the region. And the cell and gene therapy work that's happening from Philly all throughout New Jersey to the New York region. And so we have many projects. I think you're going to hear about Nest later today from Onyx Equities. And Dr. Perlin will be speaking from Hackensack about the Metropolitan NIH grant that he's working alongside New York institutions as well. So I think that's a great cooperative effort there. There's also a very, very interesting project in New Brunswick, the Helix, that will be standing up similar to what you see in the Cambridge area, where we'll have the Rutgers Medical School located there, Princeton University, Hackensack Meridian, RWJ Barnabas, translational research from bench to bedside with incubator companies, and even a venture row of venture firms to be located inside that location. And so that will be standing up in 2025. And then I mentioned earlier SciTech City. We're very excited. Sheba Medical Center will be an incubator tenant at the EdgeWorks facility to show the hospital of the future. They'll be doing a pop-up here in early November at Liberty Science Center if you're interested in learning more about what Sheba will be putting forth here in Jersey City. So we're very excited and looking forward. I know I don't necessarily get to talk to my New York counterparts all that much, but any ways we can collaborate to boost this region, I am more than welcome to ideas.
Any other questions, or have we exhausted you this morning? Yes.
Thank you. It's not really a question, it's more of a comment. So I was born in Trenton, raised in New York, and I now live in Pennsylvania. I was up here on a train in 60 minutes. The entire region is really interconnected. Last year I was in Israel, and I had just missed Governor Murphy. So Murphy was there, really from the top of the house in New Jersey, talking about an investment for Israeli technology and life science companies to come to the US. And I think politicians come and go, right? But if you can get that drumbeat from the top and get these true public-private partnerships, you're going to have some success. The last comment I would make is, you mentioned Spark. There was a different kind of Spark in Philly, right? Spark Therapeutics. Started out 15, 12, 13 years ago, spun out of CHOP. No one gave it much of a shot. It was acquired by Roche for $4 billion. What New York needs is a win, a big commercial win. And that will create a real magnetic pull towards being here, because people follow the money, but more importantly, people follow the wins. And eventually, I think you'll get here with the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so in the final 10 or 15 seconds, I'd like to thank our panel, both those who are here and those who are virtually here. And you've been a wonderful audience, and thank you for coming. And I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
And now a word from our sponsors.
Great. So I hope you are excited about all of the developments we've just heard about. There was one that was also announced a couple of weeks ago that wasn't touched on too much, but there was a state investment in Roswell Park and a great center for cell and gene therapy that's going to be developed up in Buffalo. So we're also very excited about watching what goes on up there. Now we're going to take a little bit of a turn, and we're going to turn to one of our incubators, SUNY Downstate, which actually operates 2 incubator facilities on their campus. Eva Kramer, the Vice President for Biotechnology and Scientific Affairs, has been working on this as a labor of love for 20 years now. And both facilities are full and are graduating amazing companies. And as you're listening to the different incubator centers today, we have 3 or 4 of them that are presenting. I hope what you will look for is the difference in these companies. They are not all the same, and that is one of the strengths of the New York City market. The panel just talked about the diversity of industries that was here. One of the industries that is here is fashion and new materials. And you are going to hear from companies today that are actually overturning the world of fashion and new materials to create biodegradable fabrics. You may not know, but the fashion industry is one of the most polluting industries in the world. And they're trying to turn that around by working with leading international designers. So you're going to hear from some really interesting companies across the spectrum today. It's not only about developing new therapeutics or diagnostics or new medical technologies. It is now about fuel and food and materials and how we're going to change the world by revolutionizing all of those industries. So Eva is going to moderate this panel. Ever Velasquez, the co-founder and CTO of Chemfinity, will be talking about his climate solution company. Chu-Lin Lee, the co-founder and CEO of Wearwool, one of our new materials companies out of Colombia, and Sarajit Dara, the founder, president, and CEO of Epistemine Prognostics.
Hi, everyone. We're going to begin and tell you, my name is Eva Kramer, and I'm going to tell you that biotech is really growing in Brooklyn. So we have received a grant from Empire State, and each year we have to ask our companies to summarize a whole bunch of questions. How many jobs, how much do they bring in, et cetera, et cetera. And this little chart shows you what our companies have done in 1 year's time, okay? So this represents from April 2022 to the end of March of 23. And as you can see, we have 37 companies. This encompasses both the incubator at 760, Tech at 710, and Biobat. And together they have 469 jobs. They've increased their revenues just in 1 year of $36.5 million. They have brought in, either from federal or non-federal resources, over $87 million. And together, they have either filed for or received 42 patents. We are extremely proud of our companies. And Nancy asked me to ask 3 of our young new companies that have just come to the incubator to present. So we're going to begin with Ever for Chem Affinity.
Do I go forward? Yes, thank you. So I'm Ever Velasquez, and I'm the co-founder and CTO of Chemfinity Technologies. So our company is really based on separations and looking at the pollution created through many types of industries, which I'll go into. Mainly with metal mining. We know that it damages the environment. It causes huge amounts of green gas emissions. Over 44% of toxic chemicals from this is expelled into our environment. And even more critically, I think we're in a transition point of like biotech, climate tech, of how we're going to go into the next half of this century without this type of pollution, as we're seeing climate change really drastically affect everything around us, as well as so our metal domestic supply is becoming very critical, especially here with the Biden administration. So when we think about waste, I think we think a lot about plastics, but as we continue our use of electronics, we really need to start thinking of our electronic waste. We can start thinking even for our catalytic converters. We can start thinking of our spent solar panels. We can start thinking of our wastewater, and we can start thinking about other waste. But within all this waste, there's so much metal we have in there, and that we're transitioning from the traditional metal mining to really being urban miners, and that there's so much resources in this waste, and to reach circularity, these are the types of challenges that we need to start overcoming. So in Chemfinity, we develop a pretty elegant solution, I would say, in that we create these filters that can selectively extract these precious metals, big one being gold, other ones being platinum. And we really can tune this selectively due to our use of chemistry and porosity of our polymers. So we have great control over, like, based on the waste that we have, how do we extract the things of value and increase that circularity and decrease our dependence on metal mining with urban mining. So through this process, we're able to reduce energy, CO2 emissions, and water consumption by almost 99%, making this a more circular process forward. And I'd like to give this example of our materials. Here, we're doing gold extraction with multiple types of metals, such as cadmium, lead, zinc, very common metals that you find in a lot of waste. But we're able to extract almost 1.6 kilograms of gold for 1 gram of our material. And as well as having this great performance, we also have these other metrics, such as like kinetics, reusability, robustness, that are all critical when we're making these processes. But other than that, like what makes our platform very powerful is that we can really just tune it towards the waste that we're seeing or towards the challenges that are coming forward. So one of the big ones we're approaching is this e-waste issue, where we're able to change these polymers to really extract these metals that I've highlighted in yellow of interest, such as silver, gold, platinum, palladium, copper. But we can also expand that to gold mining, converters, solar panels. But other than that, there's also pollutants that are created that we also need remediation. We just can't just be extracting. And there's emerging water pollutants and like PFAS, as has been seen in the news very lately, as well as our industrial wastewater. And even with that, we can go even more, saying that gas is separated. So our CO2 problem is a separation problem. So how can we change our materials, our technology to really combat all these types of issues going forward? So I think our company has a high trajectory due to the ability to tune it towards all these different types of applications and challenges. So we've been able to create dozens of unique materials and really done a lot in the last year, which I'll kind of go into in the next slide. Which I like to present is just a more local effect of what SUNY Downstate has provided, what EVA has provided us, and that we spun this startup out of California, but due to the spaces available here, due to the programs given by New York State, it's really encouraged us to move back to the East Coast, as the Bay Area is seen as more of a startup hub. But here, we're working out of hotels, and for the first few months, just trying to get this started until we were able to get our space in month 3 and really start building our lab. And I think after month 3, really just we were able to really take off to start reaching a lot of our milestones. And just in the last year, from a technical standpoint, we've been able to make our product cost reduction by greater than 100 times. We've been able to scale up our product over 1,000 times. We've been able to add 9 new jobs, which is critical in seeing that local effect. We're also starting to partner with commercial relevancy. And even since we started here, we've been able to bring in greater than $900,000 in grants and other in-kind costs. So I just really want to highlight that this has only been possible because New York City has made space for us to be able to come and innovate immediately, where if we didn't have this, it'd take months or we'd have to go in other places. And just to kind of highlight that more, our team started out with just us 3, Adam, my co-founder, CEO, myself, and our academic advisor. And we were able to get a bunch of support, but I think the main thing that's led to our progress and our success is really our team. We've been able to go from 3 to 11 employees, as well as our advisors and consultants. And I just want to highlight this as this has only been possible because of the opportunities given to us here. So yeah, I would just like to say thank you for your time, and we love to chat. Pilot partners, experts, investors, and just builders or people are excited to see this this big transition in all types of technology. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chewy Lee, one of the co-founders and the CEO of Wearwol. Wearwol is a biotechnology company that's creating performance textile fibers that are compatible with nature. As Nancy mentioned earlier, the fashion industry is one of the most polluting industries on our planet, and every stage of production of the clothes that we wear have impacts on our planet, accounting for over 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, 20% of industrial water pollution, and one of the leading sources of microplastic pollution. At Wearwol, we're looking to create a circular economy within the fashion industry. Our team engineers our materials at the DNA level. We're designing proteins that can leverage protein. We're designing proteins with protein structures that create performance and color without plastics and water pollution. So we started back in 2018 at the Fashion Institute of Technology, moved over to Columbia University under the guidance of Thea Chiros, Ali Obermeyer, and Helen Liu, and then found ourselves at SUNY Downstate, where we've been able to find a home and really hit the ground running after we raised our first round of funding. We have one patent filed and one that we're about to file this winter, which I'm very excited about. And we're about at TRL4 and looking to have our first pilot programs launched this coming winter. So really our value proposition to the industry is the opportunity to reduce the industry's carbon footprint through the use of renewable raw materials. Our materials are based, excuse me, on proteins that we can source from ag waste combined with proteins that we grow in our lab. The structural proteins in our fibers create an alternative to dyeing and finishing processes. And ultimately, we're really looking for our materials to degrade in natural environments so that they don't contribute to microplastic pollution. So far, we've raised $4.15 million. We're backed by Sofanova Partners and Material Impact. We've gained a lot of traction in the industry, participated in the I-Corps program, are supported by the H&M Foundation through their Global Change Award. And we're also part of Life Sci NYC, which has been a really amazing source of support for our team. Sorry for my voice. So this is our amazing team of founders. We have really diverse backgrounds in fashion, business, material science, biotechnology, and really together we see a future where our materials can have performance through protein structure. So beyond our initial fibers with color, we're really looking for our materials to replace conventional textile fibers such as polyester or spandex, and finishes like waterproof finishes, UV protection, antimicrobial, all provided through protein structure. And that's me, a little short.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thanks, Eva, for this opportunity, and thanks for having me here today. And hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Surajit Dara. I'm the founder and CEO of Episteme Prognostics, and we are a biology company and a precision diagnostic company helping cancer patients for their therapy selection. And we start with our first indication, pancreatic cancer. As you all might know, it's a most devastating malignancy with a median survival time is only 9.3 months. And it is going to be the second largest cancer-related death in the United States by 2030. And right now, the therapy options, regardless of stage of this disease, are chemotherapy. Two choices you have, either Gemabraxane or FOLFIRINOX. You have to choose one. And each cycle takes around 3 to 4 months. So, and currently, no biomarker guides the therapy selection at this point. So if a patient does not respond in the first line, the patient loses first 4 months of the 9.3 months. And many patients will not have enough time to even choose for the second line. It's a dismal scenario, and we definitely need a biomarker to select the right chemotherapy regimen for these patients at the first line. We are developing a rapid diagnostic test, which we call PANC Episteme DX. PANC stands for pancreatic cancer, which will guide patients in their critical choice of therapy. And our test goes well with the current clinical workflow right now. So let me take you through this. The patients, usually with a radio-diagnosed lesion in the pancreas with a symptom, they come to clinic for their biopsies, first biopsy confirmation. And these biopsies are diagnostic biopsies used for therapeutic decision-makings and all. And we perform, one of the aliquots of the biopsy, we perform our test, and we give a score result within a day, as fast as a day, so that the doctors can take a therapeutic decision. If a patient is good, having a good score for Gemabraxane, they follow the Gemabraxane path. If good for FOLFIRINOX, they follow the FOLFIRINOX path. And unfortunately, you'll see many patients who are not good for FOLFIRINOX, neither good for Gemabraxane. And we can identify them, and those patients can be signed up for clinical trials. Right now, American Association of Cancer Research, American Cancer Society's major thrust is to develop investigational therapies for this disease. And our message is, you take a decision, but make an informed decision based on a quantified odds, which therapy to choose, which route to choose. And you can take the decision right at the beginning when you are getting diagnosed with this disease. Our pilot study data has been published in Nature Communication. This is a Kaplan-Meier graph shown in this slide. You see the red line of patient on the left side. Those patients, they had a poor score, poor prognostic score by PANC Episteme DX. Their disease-free survival was only about 6 months. On the other hand, the blue line, you see the other extreme, the right-hand side, those group of patients, they had good score, and their disease-free survival was 3.6 years. And we also can identify intermediate prognosis group. So at the beginning, you decide when the patient comes on the basis of this prognosis score. At the beginning, you decide what to do with the patient to get the best outcome. And right now, we are a research use only lab. Our regulatory path is confirmed by FDA Q submission, or this is called pre-submission, where you get to know whether this is worth pursuing for a FDA approval or not. We got a green signal with flying colors that we are eligible for a de novo submission to FDA. And we are right now housed in a downstate incubator after raising a $4.1 million of seed round. And we also funded by NIH's $275,000 support for a clinical study. And we are collaborating with all major cancer hospitals in and around New York City and other states as well. So our goal is to develop Panc Epistem DX, bring it to the clinic with an FDA approval, and also a CLIA certified laboratory. And this is our team, our whole team, our board of directors, our advisors, and our operating team members as well. And thank you all for your attention. And did I finish? I can give this to Eva right now.
Okay.
And if you have any questions, please feel free to interact with us during the break session.
So, Nancy, we finished early. Do you want to open it to questions, or? Okay, so please feel free to ask any questions of any of our panel. So maybe what you're able to see is we have two companies that are located in 710. It's primarily a chemistry facility, and we have another company that's doing biotechnology. So we have a very diverse group of companies. They're doing extremely well. These companies have grown enormously in a very, very short period of time. Tremendously proud of them. Are people in the audience, are there any other companies in the audience looking for space, or people interested in any of the types of research that are being done by these companies?
So Kennedy came from California. Can you tell us a little bit about your decision-making to decide to come to the New York area?
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest questions we're asked, because I think it's hard to leave the Bay Area in terms of the concentration of startups there, the investors, and just the overall culture there. But I think our big decision, a lot of what we made was due to SUNY Downstate. Their incubator space is, we explored almost like 30 around the country, since when we got our funding, we could go anywhere. So it's like, where's the best place for us to grow, to expand, and more importantly, where can we start out quickly? Because, as a startup, that's what matters the most. Like, how can we produce within a year? And a lot of spaces that we looked to take 5-6 months to get into, and that wasn't very viable for us and what we needed to accomplish at the time. But SUNY Downstate, an incubator space, is unlike almost anyone I've seen in terms of the chemistry space. The amount of hoods, the cost, being in a big city that also has a high concentration of investors, of highly qualified talent, and so on. So I think those were the main metrics that motivated us to move to New York City. So I think a lot of that is due to Eva's work and how she established Tech at 710.
Great, thank you. And for Werewolf, did you come out of the Biodesign Challenge?
We did, yeah.
Can you say a little bit about that program?
Sure. So the Biodesign Challenge is designed to introduce biotechnology to people with non-traditional science backgrounds, and maybe traditional, but it really creates an intersection of art, design, and biology. And it was through that program that I learned about biotechnology, and it really opened my eyes to what nature and microbes can do. It was an incredible program.
So the Biodesign Challenge, for those of you who don't know it, was started by actually a reporter. He was at NYU, and he wanted to bring students together with scientists to develop new kinds of products. So we together launched the Biodesign Challenge, I think in 2015. And every year, the first year I think there was 7 schools from across the United States, and now there are like 54 schools on every continent in the US. And there is an international competition that is held at MoMA, the Museum of Modern Art, every June. There's 3 or 4 days of presentations, and all of the students and the teams have to come and showcase the products and the prototypes that they've built. And the Fashion Institute of Technology was actually an early participant in that competition. And the first team, called AlgaeKnit actually, that participated in the first year of Biodesign Challenge won the competition that year. And they're now a company that has raised about $7 million, and they're unfortunately now in North Carolina, after being at SUNY Downstate for a while. But the Biodesign Challenge is an example of how students are creating new kinds of companies using biology in very many different segments. And so it's not just something that's coming out of the academic medical centers anymore. It's coming out of all of the research institutions. And FIT has been transformed as a result of this, and they've actually implemented labs at their school. So
I think there's somebody over here.
Yeah, right here. A quick curiosity question for the third panelist in the pancreatic cancer area. You indicate that your testing takes place post the lesion diagnostic. Is there intent to do it prior to lesion diagnostics so that it's a preemptive, prophylactic approach?
Good question, but answer is no. We do not do early detection, so ours is mostly the therapy selection, because although there are companies like Grail, they are doing early detection, and we may get there someday. But right now, our test is solely for therapy selection as early as possible, meaning you need to select the right drug. Once the tumor is, once you have the symptom, once you have the lesion, our test works after that.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay. Any other? Yes, we have a question here.
This is for Ever at Chemfinity. You mentioned the firms that you wanted to talk to. You had a list there, and you had builders on that list. How would that work? What do you want from builders, or what do you suggest for builders? And how does your waste, capture process work for builders?
Yeah, so I think for builders, I mean just anyone looking to make stuff happen in New York City. But are you referencing like construction? Yeah, so I think constructions as well, due to the waste that's produced. There's a lot of metals that's produced in all the construction that happens in New York City. So understanding that process, understanding what are ways that we can circularize that waste and not just either throw it at landfills, and understand how we can incorporate more into that is something that we're very interested in, as we're still early on and doing a bunch of customer discovery.
Anything else? Okay, I want to thank everyone. Please feel free to talk to our companies at the break and at lunch.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, terrific. So now we're going to change gears, and we're going to have a couple of lightning talks on new developments in the market. One of them is very exciting. A couple of years ago, Mount Sinai made news and actually history in the New York marketplace by signing the largest lease with a private building owner in the city. And that was actually a big development for life sciences in the city, because traditionally the New York academic centers have done their building on their campuses or have purchased their own buildings close by and renovated them themselves. This was the first time that they were actually partnering with a private building owner, Georgetown Properties, and it was the largest life science lease in the city that year. And now they have completed the build out of that space, and they've launched their new Discovery and Innovation Center in Midtown West. And so Sarah Miller, the director of the Black Family Stem Cell Institute at the Icahn School of Medicine, is going to talk about that. And then we have our own Sam Sia, who is the founder of Harlem Biospace, talking about Harlem Biospace 2, which is going to open in the Mink building. It is another 10,000 square feet in Q1 of 2024. Sam is also now the vice provost for the Fourth Purpose and Strategic Impact and professor of professional biomedical engineering at the Columbia University.
Hello everybody, and thank you so much for attending our presentations for this session. My name is Sarah Miller. I'm the Senior Associate Dean for Basic Research at Mount Sinai, and I'm also Director of the Institute for Regenerative Medicine. So I'd like to tell you about a really exciting new initiative that we have in Midtown West, where we've launched a new discovery and innovation space. So this just shows a picture from our grand opening, which happened on October 5th. So here you can see the location of this space. See if I can use a pointer. Do you know if there's a pointer on here? Let's look like it. Okay. It's if you look in the orange shaded areas, there's two buildings that are shaded in orange. The Innovation Center is in the right-hand side building, which is on 11th Avenue. And it's at 787. And then it's immediately adjacent to another building at 619 West 54th Street, which I'll tell you a little bit more about as well. So this just shows a blow up of those spaces. So what's very helpful and exciting is that at 619 West 54th Street, there's the location of the New York Stem Cell Foundation. There's also a new Center for Engineering and Precision Medicine, which is a joint initiative between Mount Sinai and RPI, which Deepak Vashith will be talking about more this afternoon. And in addition, we have the location of our Human Immune Monitoring Core at 619 West 54th. But mostly I'd like to focus on the new development at 11th Avenue. But its co-location with 619 really is going to stimulate a lot of collaboration. So this is the history of the building. So it originally contained a huge parking garage, so a very different usage than what we have now. So the programs located in the new Innovation Center include both clinical practices and research labs and core facilities. So on the left, you see the list of the clinical operations at this new site. These include breast cancer, a spine center, an imaging center, and an ambulatory surgery center. The research spaces focus on research in neurology and neuroscience, in neuroinflammation, and there's also a bunch of very advanced research cores, including a sophisticated genomics core, a stem cell core, mass spectrometry, gene editing, drug discovery, microscopy, and cytometry. And there's also a vivarium, which is very important for much of the work that will go on there. So just to tell you a little bit about these cores, so the stem cell engineering core focuses on what are called induced pluripotent stem cells. So these are human cells that are derived from adult human tissues, usually blood or skin biopsy. And they have the really amazing property that they can become any type of cell or tissue in the body. So they're used for all sorts of therapeutic purposes, as well as for understanding human disease. So this core focuses on generating these important cells from patient tissues. They use gene editing to introduce disease mutations so that diseases can be studied, and they can also correct disease mutations in these cells for therapeutic purposes. The core provides training in these important procedures, and it also allows the ability to rent equipment and the specialized facilities that they have. And they also provide stem cells for research to other groups, both within and outside Mount Sinai. The Advanced Genomics Technology Core has a large team, and they are really early adopters of the most sophisticated genomics techniques that are available. So they develop new technologies, and they use all of the existing technologies that allow us to really probe gene activity and gene expression and disease mechanisms at an extremely detailed level. And the other core I'd like to highlight is the Mount Sinai Human Immune Monitoring Center. This center is really focused on patients with immune diseases. So that this core is involved in isolating cells from patient tissues and then studying them at a number of different levels in order to really understand disease. And then this helps them to develop or repurpose therapeutics to treat immune diseases, leading to early phase clinical trials. And then biopsies and blood draws from those patients in the trials are then studied within the core in order to refine and improve therapies. This is an example of one of the research laboratories that's located at 11th Avenue. This is led by Brian Kim. He's a dermatologist who focuses on itch, which may sound like a trivial thing unless you actually have it. So he is really interested in the neuroimmune regulation of itch, understanding how itch goes wild in some diseases, and he's developed some really exciting approaches to treat itch conditions. This shows you a little bit more detail about how the spaces are laid out within the 11th Avenue building. So as you can see, there are two research floors that flank the clinical floor. And here's a view of what this actually looks like. So it's a beautiful space, has a lot of light. It was really nicely designed. The lab spaces are open so that many groups are within the same space, and this really facilitates interactions and collaborations between the different groups. The spaces are laid out adjacent to office and conferencing rooms for further interactions and principal investigator offices. This is the vivarium, or one of the rooms in the vivarium. This is at night when there's a red light on so that the animals know it's nighttime. And this is another really nice feature of this space, which is a beautiful area on the rooftop that has a garden, table tennis. It's a great space for conferencing and for social events that bring scientists together. So thank you very much for listening, and I'd be really happy to take any questions about the Discovery and Innovation Center.
Okay, well, if not, maybe I'll continue, and should still have time for questions. So my name is Sam Sia. I'm a co-founder of Harlem Biospace, also a professor of biomedical engineering and a vice provost at Columbia University. So I am here to talk about a new expansion of Harlem Biospace, but really more broadly, what's going on in West Harlem and why really I think it's an important engine for the whole region. I'm just starting with a picture of Kendall Square, and I actually get kind of annoyed when anybody talks about Kendall Square too much, so I'm guilty of that myself. We certainly don't have to copy Kendall Square in what we're doing here in New York, but there are lessons to draw from here. This is a map, relatively recent map, showing a lot of the companies, life science, but also deep tech, that are in Kendall Square. So it took a number of years to develop, but as we know, the whole region around Boston has really been incredible. But still, as of today, look at the number of companies that are really anchored in that area. It's not just about having real estate. There are a lot of great pockets of real estate all around the Boston area, but what makes Kendall Square unique, I think, is really the anchoring to a great academic institution like MIT. It's both the faculty-driven startups that can start here and expand, as well as the access to talent, the density that has been brought up today in an earlier discussion. And so I think, and I am maybe a little bit biased, but I don't think I am, wearing both of my hats at Columbia and Harlem Biospace in just thinking, where could such a cluster be in New York City? And I really think that that opportunity is in West Harlem, and because of that reason. Now, there are three academic institutions and campuses right around this area, which is branded the Factory District from the developer here, and I'll talk more about that. That's where our incubator is hosted. This innovation area, the Factory District, is 6 blocks north of the main campus at Columbia, north-south blocks. So pretty short walk. Is 2 blocks east-west from the new 17-acre Manhattanville campus, which I'm not sure how many of you have visited. It's a multi-billion-dollar campus at Columbia, one of the greatest brain research institutes now in the world, right there in the Zuckerman Institute, as well as the business school, the #1 rated business school by the Financial Times in the world, right at the Manhattanville campus, and also CUNY with a lot of great things also steps away. So this is literally steps away from this innovation cluster that's happening in the Factory District. 5 different subway lines are accessible within 2 blocks of this area as well. And also actually Riverside Park, it's beautiful, and historic Harlem right east of where we are, where we're actually engaging in some STEM activities. This came up earlier in the discussion on how we can be more inclusive, build a talent pipeline. And so having all of this together, I think is actually unique in New York City, which has implications for the whole region. Now, I want to brag about Columbia a little bit. I've been a vice provost there for almost 2 years now. And I don't think this has been talked about as much as a lot of us would like everyone to understand. For faculty-driven startups, we have 400 new inventions from Columbia faculty every year. and there's 100+ licenses and options signed every year. 20+ startup companies that involve IP. This is not including software. This is just deep tech and life sciences every year. So out of the technologies are incredible that are coming out of Columbia. A lot of amazing talent that comes from Columbia. Columbia itself, there's awards that are given to student-driven startups. $18 billion raised by Columbia alumni with their startups in the past year. This includes software. $99 billion in the last 5 years in terms of acquisitions of companies led by Columbia alumni. So when you talk about technologies and talent, it's really incredible. And also CUNY, they have some amazing programs, one of which we're really proud to participate in the I-Core program. They have an innovation center as well. So they're literally steps away from this West Harlem region. I want to talk about also Columbia Engineering, which I co-directed the entrepreneurship program for quite a number of years. In addition to the medical innovations, the engineering school at Columbia has been rated either #1 or #2 of all the Ivy League engineering schools. So we have a very, very strong engineering school, 270 faculty members now, and a number of entrepreneurship activities as well. So when we were talking about things like I think Nancy was talking about other things as opposed to just therapeutics and diagnostics. In the previous panel that you saw, Werewolf came from the engineering school. One of the panelists that was on the agenda who somehow didn't come keynotes also was a student startup company from the engineering school that also was at Harlem Biospace. So really the engineering part of this, as we know, sometimes can't even be separated by life sciences and a lot of the work that's going on now. It's absolutely critical to the growth of life science innovation, especially the way things are heading now. And I think we have one of the best engineering schools in the country right in West Harlem. And so this is, again, I think important just for the entire tri-state region. A lot of our companies, since we opened 10 years ago to the day, so I don't know what Nancy, really thank Nancy for having this open today. Harlem Biospace opened on November 1st, 2013. That was exactly 10 years ago to a full house with the support of NYC EDC. And we were one of the very few incubators open at the time. And I got my inspiration from Eva Kramer, by the way, so I really have to thank her for everything she's been doing for the ecosystem here. But in Manhattan, there was really nothing. And my startup company was actually at Eva's place at the time. And since then, we've hosted, I think, over 70 companies, nearly $300 million raised. We have 17 companies that span all sorts of innovations still at our space. Another panelist just now, a company on the last panel, Epistem, I think was very recently at Harlem Biospace. So this is where I think if we learn from the Kendall Square model, the engine that we build in West Harlem with the unique assets that we have with academic, industry, and real estate can drive the growth for a lot of these companies to move to a lot of spaces in New York City and in New Jersey and beyond. And so I really hope the main message I want to bring here is don't forget about us in West Harlem. I do see that we are a little bit forgotten, and I think we ought to do more at Columbia, and because I think everything that happens at our space can really benefit everyone. Now, what is happening here with the new expansion? We're going to 10,000 square feet. It's not a lot of space. Objectively speaking, compared to a lot of development. So I think it's for private labs. What we have so far at Harlem Biospace is all shared. This here will be a little bit of a step up with modules for 4 to 6 people in offices and labs with their own partitions. So a little bit of a step up, but not a huge step up. It's still a very modest amount of space. So we hope we can fill up this space. A lot of those companies can continue to grow. There's also the Tasty building, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. It's 300,000 square feet of beautiful space. It's actually in the background right here in this picture from the governor's announcement. That will also host, hopefully, a lot of more significant size initiatives. But having said that, it's still only 300,000 square feet. So I think, again, my message is the more successful we are at our current Harlem Bio space, which is the most affordable wet lab space in New York City, by the way. We started at $995 per scientist per month. It's unbelievable. 10 years ago. It's now been more expensive to $1,200 a month per scientist. It's still unbelievably affordable. The new space that we're opening here for the Mink building, if we can fill that up, if Tasty can be filled up, it will be, you can bet on it that a lot of these companies will grow to other parts of the region as well. And again, I think we have unique assets in the region that will help everyone if you take Kendall Square as a growth story to think about. Harlem Biospace at Mink, private offices. So on the left, we actually sent this out on a newsletter yesterday, is a real-time construction picture of where we are. You can see the modules that are going to be private modules. On the right is a rendering of what it will look like when you first enter. So beautiful, it's going to be beautifully designed, lots of glass, beautiful materials, and really great. I think the architect that we're working with actually does celebrity homes or something like that. So it's really gonna, I think, be great. So in addition to the private offices and labs, it'll be additional shared lab space that you can use as well as equipment, amenities, and services. Really part of a bigger community. Volastra right now is right next door to where the incubator is. Volastra, as you might know, I think signed a $1 billion deal with BMS some time ago. We don't take equity. I think we're known to everyone who's worked with us as being very flexible and very easy to work with. We'll continue that ethos at Harlem Biospace at Mink. Due to open sometime mid next year. As you can see, construction is already underway. So just one quick thing before I end here. My title at Columbia includes this phrase, which probably no one here has heard of. It's called the fourth purpose. Our last president, Lee Bollinger, coined this phrase. He's the longest serving Ivy president until he stepped down recently. And what it means is for universities to work with outside partners, not just to publish papers and let everyone else kind of translate that knowledge, is that we ourselves have a commitment to actually work directly with outside groups to bring our knowledge to impact. For what we're talking about here, that would involve technology development and translation. Our new president, Minouche Shafik, who started on July 1st this year, says something similar. The idea of scholarship is expanding. We need to collaborate. The research commercialization is actually pointed out here, as well as being more inclusive, demonstrating impact. We have a commitment to doing this now at Columbia. It's my role to help our 17 schools, institutes, all of Columbia to make that happen by working with groups like this. And part of that is being inclusive. So we're talking about the tech pipeline. That was brought up, I think, in the Kips Bay project. But we have this in spades in Harlem and Upper Manhattan. Number of really amazing STEM initiatives happening across both Columbia and CUNY. At Harlem Biospace, when we started 10 years ago, we also started a sister initiative called Hypothekids, which is still ongoing, has helped a number of high school kids, and it's something that we really believe in here, a lot of us in the region, the West Harlem region. So we hope to do a lot more of this in the future, and in the geographical area that we have the opportunity to do that with our neighbors and partners in Harlem, and in fact, a couple of those community groups are directly in the factory district right now. So West Harlem, really want to emphasize, if you think about Kendall Square, if you think about objectively where the academic centers and real estate opportunities are in all of New York, it's, I believe, a unique innovation cluster that can drive activities for the entire region. Harlem Biospace Suites is our current space, shared office and labs. We actually have spots open right now, $1,200 a month per scientist. HB at Mink is upcoming next year for private offices and labs. So thanks very much. We still have 4 minutes for questions, if we have time for that. So Nancy, yeah, okay.
Hi, great presentations, really exciting stuff that's happening. I wanted to ask if you could speak to the building selection for your Mount Sinai project and challenges that you encountered in developing the building.
Yeah, so I think that there are a number of challenges that were encountered in building, in repurposing the old, basically garage space to be suitable for science. So they had to install a lot of means to extract air, make the building safe in terms of the kind of chemicals that get used and stuff like that, to make sure that the space was safe for use. But I think in general, though, the process went pretty smoothly and really quite quickly, more or less on time. And since it was opened, there have been a couple of minor issues that have been addressed with engineering, but overall, the space seems to be functioning really, really well. And yeah, I'd also like to add that, we heard a lot about West Harlem, and there's a really exciting space for development. But this space on West 54th and 11th Avenue is also really ripe for enhanced biotech development. So I mentioned Mount Sinai's new center, and also RPI, which is one of the foremost engineering centers in the world, is now there partnering with us, as well as New York Stem Cell Foundation. But as I'm sure you're aware, there are also a large number of biotech companies located there. Most of that area is car dealerships. And as several people have said to me, New York is really the last place you need a car. And it's a relatively affordable area as well. So both the interim CEO of NYCEF and we at Sinai really think that this is going to be an amazing growing hub for biotech as well.
Great, so now we get a break. I just want to say two things about this last panel. So Midtown West is, one of our fastest growing life science clusters in the city, but so is Manhattanville Factory District. Jerry Saluma is here, one of the partners that is developing the Manhattanville Factory District, the Tasty Building and the Mink Building, where Harlem Biospace is going. And you can't miss what's going on in Harlem, so I don't think Sam has to worry about that. On November 14th, there will be an open house from 5:30 to 8 at the Tasty Building at the Manhattanville Factory District. We'll be helping Janice to host that with some of the professors at Columbia and CUNY. So everybody is welcome to come. There will be tours of the facilities, so you'll be able to see some of the things that Sam was just talking about. Now we get a break, so you all get some networking time. Please come back here by 10:55 so we can get back on schedule. Thank you. Oops. Okay, welcome back. Now we're going to turn to an exciting new development that happened this year, totally unexpectedly. We were contacted by a group in London who was interested in coming for a study tour to New York to understand how the New York City life science market has developed over time and what role the city has played in the development of that market. So from June 20th to the 22nd, about 15 professionals from London visited New York to basically foster an exchange of information and collaboration between the life science communities in London and New York City. We had 3 days of meetings, opened with a meeting at the Cure where the EDC basically presented the story of how they've made such an investment in the life sciences economy. London presented as well as to how their life sciences industry was developing, and we had a very good conversation going back and forth. We then moved over to InnoLabs in Long Island City, had a great tour there with a broader tour of the surrounding areas, and then we did a walking tour up First Avenue through what will be Kips Bay, past the old public health building, the Alexander Life Sciences Development, and the NYU New Sciences Center. And then we had a session in Manhattanville Factory District at Tasty, and also at Midtown West, the Hudson Research Center, which really helped them understand how the life science clusters in New York City developed. All of the information that we collected during those visits is now being collated into a white paper that will be jointly published between London and New York in January of 2024. And we are currently planning a trip in April of 2024 for our New York Builds Bio members to visit London. We may or may not have a London chapter developing there, but there's some talk of that happening too. So it's quite exciting, and we are thrilled this morning to have 3 speakers from London. They're all virtual. Bennett John was going to be with us in person, but unfortunately, he's contracted COVID, so he will be also virtual this morning. He is the Senior Capital Investment Officer for Real Estate from the British Consulate General in New York. We have Faiza Lalji, Director, Planning and Development with Précy Advisory, who's going to talk to us about a very exciting new development they're doing at King's Crossing in London, and Georgina Rizik from SC1, London Life Sciences Innovation District, the first incubator there. So welcome, you guys. Thank you all for being with us this morning. I'm going to be sitting right in front of you, so you are now facing the audience, even though you probably can't see them. So Bennett, do you want to get started? And thank you so much for joining us when you're not feeling well.
Sure. Thank you so much, Nancy. Could you hear me? Just want to make sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
And I really want to apologize for not being able to make it in person. That's what I get for going to a karaoke bar last week. But in any case, let me just get started by saying I think London is certainly a world-class city, same as New York. There's certainly a lot of similarities between 2 locations. Most recently, when I attended the World City Conference, actually in the same room which the audience is sitting in right now, they did a ranking of all the world cities, and London came in first. And don't be too disappointed, guys, in New York. New York came in 3rd. I think it was based upon a couple of different categories, such as livability. So things such as like how walkable the city is, how many bike lanes there are, museums, connectivity to airports, things of that nature. Lovability, so culture, restaurants, shopping attractions, and prosperity. So areas such as the percentage of the population who receive higher education, participation in the labor force, the GDP per capita, and the number of Fortune 500 companies within the area. While I've been in the role, I've spoken to several people who were either both developers or investors in life sciences, and they've all given me some of the same iteration for what they believe creates a good life sciences cluster. And essentially, that would be access to venture capital, having world academic and medical institutions, good transportation, and having an area for individuals and talents to both live, work, and play. And certainly New York and London, I believe, have both of those in spades. When you look at the life science ecosystem within London, I think one of the biggest strengths clearly is its ability, its talent, AI. So London has, according to many people, the top AI talents in the world. And certainly this brings not only advancements within medicine, but also advancements within medical imagery, analysis, and intelligent document processing. Sorry. The NHS is also a tremendous resource for the life science ecosystem within London, and obviously the entire UK. Not only with London having an extremely diverse population of over 9.6 million people, of which over a third of them come from outside of the UK, this clearly makes it a good location to conduct research and also lends itself to more health equity, which I will say is something that, as I've spoken to more and more people within the London ecosystem, is becoming more and more of a prevalent topic. There certainly is the infrastructure there available, with 19 of the top 20 global pharma companies in the world, such as Novartis, Takeda, Gilead, Merck, AstraZeneca, all being in London. And all the top 30 biotech companies in the world also all do operate within the UK. And I'd say, lastly, one of the biggest strengths of the life science ecosystem within London is just a large amount of collaboration you have between small, medium-sized businesses, large pharmaceutical companies, and the academic communities. And that would also include Oxford and Cambridge as well. This also brings about greater innovations within drug discovery, diagnosis, testing, disease modeling, and as we saw during the pandemic, certainly vaccine development as well. With world-class research and talents, clearly there's a high demand for lab space within London and the UK. This certainly is highlighted by the fact that if you look at a Salus report from as recent as March of this year, there's a vacancy rate of less than 1% for lab space within all of London. And now I just want to bring attention to the map, which I think should be sitting behind Nancy.
Yes,
just want to quickly go over
on the screen.
Sure, thank you, Nancy. We're going to go over some of the innovation districts within London. First, I'll start off with White City Innovation District, which is in West London, and a great destination for biotech, digital and creative industries. It's in the heart of the Imperial College Research Campus with lab space and co-location opportunities for companies at the Transition Innovation Hub. Also within walks of there, you'll find, within walking distance from there, you'll find the headquarters of Novartis and several other biotech companies which use the AI automation lab work. It is also the home for ACE ADC Therapeutics, which is a Swiss oncology-focused biotech company. When you look at the Paddington Life Sciences cluster, it's certainly the home to the Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust, and also where Takeda and Vertex Pharmaceuticals are headquartered. Along with that, you'll find a National Institution for Health and Care Research, Newcastle In Vitro Diagnostics Collaborative, which aims to ensure that there's better diagnostics as quickly as possible for patients. And when I spoke to someone who actually works very closely in the district, what they told me is that within that area, they're really trying to bring a focus to both health equity and engaging more closely with the community when producing their research as well, which I think was certainly something that, again, I'm hearing more and more within the community. Within the Knowledge Quarter, which is near King's Cross, it's an innovation center that's home to Bonova AI, DeepMind, as well as University College London, the Alan Turing Institute, the Crick Institute, and the Wellcome Trust. It's very conveniently located to a lot of good transportation, so it can get through the English Channel to Paris very easily. There's also rail to Brussels and Amsterdam. And bringing it all together is QK Labs, which is an accelerator programmed by the Click Institute for early stage data health startups in collaboration with the Boris and LifeArc. GlaxoSmithKline also has opened a hub there, and Merck is going to have some activity there as well, which I will leave for later because you'll hear more about that shortly. Within Whitechapel, which is located in East London, you would also find, a district that is very focused on digital health and data science. It's also the home of Genomics England and holds the second largest cancer hub within London, as well as home to the London Air Ambulance and an internationally renowned trauma center. And with that, I believe I'll pass on to Georgina to speak a little bit about the SC1 district.
Thank you very much, Bennett. That was yeoman's work, we could tell. Appreciate your presence here today. So Faiza, tell us about your exciting new announcement and groundbreaking that just happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Nancy and Bennett. That was a great overview. The project I'm going to be speaking about is in the Knowledge Quarter in King's Cross. So Bennett gave a good introduction to the area, and I'm sorry that I couldn't be in person. I was actually in New York City yesterday, but had to be back in London for a meeting today, but wasn't sorry to miss the end of your October summer. So very glad to join you virtually. So the Knowledge Quarter really encompasses an area called King's Cross, the Euston Road, and Bloomsbury, and I'll just say a bit more about it before I speak about our specific project. Bennett mentioned the Francis Crick Institute, which is a leading global research center for medical research and discovery. He also mentioned Google, but there are others, in the kind of cultural and music space, like Universal Music, the British Library, University of the Arts London. So really, the Knowledge Quarter is a true kind of innovation district in the sense that it is home to life sciences, as well as data science, as well as cultural and academic and educational institutions. As you can imagine, the area has and continues to attract a lot of interest, both from large organizations as well as incubators and startups wanting to be proximate to some of these major businesses. The other thing which Bennett mentioned is really the connectivity. So in the center of King's Cross, really, are two railway stations called King's Cross and St. Pancras, and one connects the Knowledge Quarter to the rest of London and the country, and one connects, the other really connects the Knowledge Quarter to the rest of Europe. So being able to have a presence in the Knowledge Quarter is really meaningful in terms of accessing talent there, but also accessing talent across the rest of the country and across Europe. There's a huge amount happening. There are nearly 3 million square feet of activity in the pipeline. I'll mention a couple of projects. The British Library just secured planning for an extension project, which will really bring a range of benefits to the local community. Euston Station submitted a planning application this year, which is an overstation campus of arts and sciences. And St. Pancras Hospital just submitted their planning application, which will house Oriole, which is a world-leading center for eye health. So those are just a few examples at the planning stage, but there are many more projects under construction, including our own. So there's almost 1 million square feet under construction. And our project, which you can see on the screen, Belgrove House, will be a specialized life sciences center and an office building for Merck MSD. So it will be their UK HQ as well as Discovery Center. It will house 800 of their employees, including scientists, and will really focus on research, vaccine development, and medicines for diseases of the aging. So we're super excited about it. It will not open for a few years. We just broke ground a couple of weeks ago. It will open in 2027. But based on the context that I gave, you can imagine that Merck MSD were really interested in King's Cross for some of the reasons that I already mentioned. And even though this was going to be and is going to be their UK HQ, they really see it as servicing the rest of Europe and accessing the rest of Europe. And they also see it as kind of part of their network of discovery centers that already exist. So they have a discovery center in Boston, which opened 20 years ago. They also have a discovery center in San Francisco. So this would be the third and their trifecta, where they imagine scientists will move across the centers and will do different work in different locations. So their discovery centers don't actually have all of the technology and the people that scientists and employees need to do all of their work. And as a result, employees are forced to travel to the other global centers to work with the technology and the institutions in those jurisdictions, which we really bought into that idea that science should be global and that science should happen in different places with different people. So as I mentioned, we broke ground on the project last week. King's Cross, if you're not from London, is also a very highly significant historic and heritage area in London. Both of the stations that I mentioned are Grade 1 listed, which is the highest heritage listing in the country. It's also a conservation area called Bloomsbury. And so our site, given that it's directly across from the stations and really at the center point of the Knowledge Quarter, came under a lot of scrutiny from an architecture perspective. And we really wanted to do something that represented, and the architect HMM led in this regard, we wanted to do something that would represent and be innovative today, in the same way that the stations, when they were designed and when they opened, were examples of engineering innovation in their time. And so we really took the approach of focusing on carbon reduction and really whole life carbon, where we were looking at carbon emissions not just during construction, but also during operation and refurbishment. So that was really the starting point for us from a design perspective. And it filtered through the whole project, from the kind of certifications we tried to achieve and the levels of reduction, as well as our waste strategy. So that was really the heart of the design. And attached to that was this idea of a kind of long life, loose fit building that met the needs of Merck MSD, but also could stand the test of time, as we are long-term owners and occupiers, and really stand and last beyond their 20-year lease to last 100 years. And so we really looked at the floor-to-floor heights and the vibration resistance and the structural grid and the public infrastructure and public realm and amenity space in the building as well. The third kind of pillar, I would say, in terms of our thinking alongside kind of heritage and sustainability was really the approach to the various publics of the building. You know, the Knowledge Quarter is also home to many local communities that have lived there for generations. And lots of young people and lots of schools and lots of people that, you know, are not kind of supported in the way that they should be. And so Camden, the local authority, has really been focused on that and really pushed us to make the building for these various publics as well. And so in front of the building on the Euston Road, we reincorporated a station entrance that was accessible. We created an exhibition space to highlight and make available the work of MSD to the public. And then at the rear of the building, we've designed an education center and classroom where 50% of Camden schools are already signed up to have high school students involved in those programs, as well as a cafe for the local community and an auditorium for other institutions based in the Knowledge Quarter wanting to collaborate with Merck MSD. So if I turn your attention to the slides on the screen, perhaps we can just flip through to the first slide. And I could just show you quickly the things that I've been referring to.
Faiza, I think they've been flipping through as you've been speaking.
Yeah. So I'll just, okay. Great, we can start here. This is perfect. This is the first slide. So very quickly, you can see the kind of lab floors on floors 1 to 3 with the large public-facing windows where you can see activity through. You can see the upper office floors that have this kind of this biophilic facade with a zone for planting that really shows that the building is about greening and about sustainable thinking. And then the collaboration zone in between floors 1 to 3 and floors 4 to 9. And then on the ground floor, you can see the tube entrance on the corner, as well as the public entrance. So if you go to the next slide, this really shows the double skin and the biophilic facade, which can be viewed from a distance. Next slide. Some of the amenity in the building and the terraces facing the station. Side view of the labs. Interior view of the labs overlooking the stations. Reincorporated station entrance. Exhibition space facing the Euston Road, so the front of the building. And then education center, classroom, and auditorium to follow. Great, thank you so much. So that should give you a good overview of the project. It's hard to share everything about the project and the journey we've taken, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, congratulations. That's a very exciting project. Let's just move on to Georgina, and we'll wait for questions at the end. So, Georgina, you want to tell us about the SC1 Life Sciences Innovation District?
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. Really enjoyed the visit to New York City, where I really thought there was many opportunities for collaborations with New York. Next slide, please. Just briefly about our district. In South Central London, we are trying to build a truly global life sciences innovation district in South Central London. What's very unique, and I'm going to briefly go over this in the next few slides, is we have a partnership model with 7 active member partners. Can you go back, please?
Georgina, if you could lean in towards your mic, we're having a little trouble hearing you.
Sure. We've got 4 strategic plans that we're going to execute on. Equally relevant for this group, we've got 3 innovation plans that I will speak on. But I think what really makes our district unique is our mission around not only innovation, but also optimizing health equity. For those of you who don't know, in South Central London, we have the 2 boroughs of Lambeth and Southwark, arguably located in some of the most iconic parts of South Central London. But we do have a diverse patient population with significant health inequalities that we're really trying to positively impact. Next slide, please.
We're still having a little trouble hearing you.
Not sure what to do. Is that just an
That's
echo?
clear
Yeah.
right now, but when you're going in and out for some reason.
I'll try to not move. In terms of our partnership model, we are based out of King's College London, a great university in London. But I think what makes our ecosystem special is the connectivity to 3 incredible academic teaching hospitals, which we call in London here NHS Trust, the Guys at St. Thomas, the King's College Hospital, and the South London and Osley. King's College London and the 3 trusts form what we call the King's Health Partners. As I mentioned, we have the active engagement of our 2 local government boroughs, Southwark and Lambeth. And last but certainly not least, our landowner, Guys and St. Thomas's Foundation. Next slide, please. We are trying to execute on 4 strategic pillars. One is becoming the go-to ecosystem for entrepreneurs and founders, and making sure we have the right space, accelerators, incubators, and services to support them along the entrepreneurial journey. Equally important is our transformative partnership strategy with Big Pharma and Big Tech, along the streams where we have academic and clinical leadership, that is mental health and neuroscience, oncology, respiratory and cardiovascular. We have an employment and skills strategy to make sure that the people within our boroughs ultimately get those great jobs in life sciences. And then I think what would be relevant to this group is we have an incredible estate strategy portfolio. Next slide, please. When we think about our district, we are arguably located in what I consider the best parts of London. We have our biomedical hub around the London Bridge campus, which has leadership in cancer, genomics, and targeted therapeutics. If you go over to Westminster Bridge, we've got MedTech hub with leadership also in cardiovascular and respiratory disease and AI. And last but certainly not least, we also have our Denmark Hill campus, which is known as our Mind and Body Hub, with leadership at a global standing in terms of neuroscience and mental health. Next slide, please. Each of these hubs, in the interest of time, I will not be able to go into, but we have academic institutions, clinical institutions. We've had incredible spin-outs. We have offerings to really support what we envision to be critical to solve healthcare problems, which is public-private partnerships. So that is available in every single hub. Next slide, please. When we reflect on the spaces available to us, very excited to talk about the London Institute for Healthcare Engineering, which will go live very soon along Westminster. This will be the gold standard in terms of the intersection of academia, the hospital system, as well as the private sector, in terms of taking medtech technologies from inception to commercialization. So really a great example of what that partnership looks like. On Westminster Bridge, we also have the Royal Street development. If you reflect back on London Bridge, we're going to have a huge development, Snowfield Corridor, about 350,000 square feet of dry, wet lab space and office space to really, again, foster that collaboration with the university, our academics, our clinicians, and the NHS Trust to really foster that connectivity. The same with Denmark Hill, where by the end of the year, we will have the first Motley Center for young people with mental health. So hopefully what you've seen from my presentation is our ecosystem is really anchored around a great university, great academic teaching hospitals, a phenomenal location that really foster connectivity, and of course, cultural icons of London, whether it's the Parliament buildings, whether it's the Shard, whether it's London Bridge, Westminster Bridge. And equally important, we have the support of our boroughs and really the engagement of the community to really make our reimagining of innovation and health equity a reality over the next few years. Thank you for your interest, and I'm happy to take any questions or share the slides.
Thanks, Georgina. We're having a little bit of a technology challenge this morning, but I think what you can see is that there are real similarities between the way that London is developing and the way that New York is developing, and lots of areas for collaboration between the academic institutions that are doing science together. Many of the companies that have been started in New York actually list on the London Stock Exchange before they list on NASDAQ. So the financial sectors is a very important part of the collaboration as well. And then learning from each other in terms of the way that the different clusters are developing and making connections between those clusters for the cross-Atlantic partnerships and collaborations, I think, presents some really interesting opportunities. Does anybody have any questions that they would like to pose to our panelists in London this morning? Very quiet crowd this morning. Scott, let me call on you. Can you just maybe talk a little bit about some of the collaboration opportunities you might see with Manhattanville Factory District and some of the work that's going on in London?
Thanks, Nancy. We were pleased to participate in the exchange during the London study tour, and not only found it very interesting, but obviously a lot of the companies that everyone spoke about in London are important companies to New York City and the New York City greater region. But it also gave me an opportunity to personally get to know Phasia, and I'm looking forward to going over to London with your group and learning about these really interesting projects. And I think a lot of the challenges that we have in New York City are similar things that London is dealing with, and I think the interchange is going to be really, really important. And it's important to us, and I think your connecting the two cities is terrific.
Great, thank you so much. So we will be visiting London, but we'll also be visiting Oxford and Cambridge, and maybe Stevenage, which is a developing cell and gene therapy hub, which is kind of in the middle of this golden triangle in the United Kingdom. So stay tuned early next year for more information about that and for the release of the research report and white paper that we'll be doing on the study tour we had in June. So thank you to our speakers. Really appreciate your presence here today, and we're looking forward to seeing you again soon.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay, so now we're on to some more. Oh, we've got a word from our sponsor first.
Hello and welcome. I am Chris Wirch, an associate partner at JB&B, and we are proud sponsors of the Builds Bio Plus. Our firm is a founding member, and I co-chair the Life Science Committee. I am honored to be a part of this organization and thrilled to see how far it has come since its inception. I want to take this time to say thank you. Thank you to the organization for your mission of educating and bringing together the science and technology community. Thank you to all those companies and individuals that participate regularly as part of Builds Bio Plus. Thank you to my committee members for volunteering your time, and thank you to all the scientists, healthcare workers, and staff that are improving our lives on a daily basis. I would also like to share a special note of thanks to those that educate the next generation, in particular the Stanley Manny Bronx High School of Science. The new state-of-the-art all-electric laboratory building, built to commercial standards, raises the bar for high school facilities and provides the students an opportunity to learn not only by the syllabus, but by the building itself. A shining example of a successful public-private partnership, it was a project that I am humbled to have been a part of. By bringing this wonderfully diverse program together today and at all the Builds Bio Plus events, I hope it spurs discussion, which leads to new ideas and creative solutions to the challenges we face every day. Thank you.
Yes, I also want to thank JBB. They have been a great partner and a founding member of this organization. And of course, Mitch has been my compatriot since the very beginning when we first talked about this idea over dinner at the Union League Club in 2017, and here we are today. We're now going to go into some lightning talks on some other new developments that are going to bring us up to speed on a lot of what else is happening in the Greater New York life sciences market. The Rutgers Institute for Translational Medicine and Science is fast-tracking new therapeutics and diagnostics to improve healthcare. We have Reynold Panettiere, the Vice Chancellor for Translational Medicine and Science, and a professor of medicine from the Robert Wood Johnson Medical School. We have Carlo Uvienko, the director of the new Ford Center for Life Science Innovation at Rockefeller University, which is launched in summer of 2023, and the Multi-Institutional Metropolitan Antiviral Drug Accelerator, which recently received $65 million grant to prevent future pandemics. Dr. David Perlin from the Center for Discovery and Innovation at Hackensack Meridian Health is here to talk about that initiative.
So, do the presentation. Well, thrilled to be here, and want to share with you what is new and hot at Rutgers. That is the New Jersey Alliance for Clinical and Translational Science. This is the only CTSA hub in New Jersey, and it served as a springboard for us to take the wicked problem of clinical trial and clinical research in an academic medical center head and head. So the alliance is between industry, clinical, state, and community. It's based in our institute, the Rutgers Institute for Translational Medicine and Science. Components are 14 cores, span everything from the latest in informatics right on through career development, both graduate students and young faculty. Our first 5 years, which is ending in March, was a $45 million investment. The good news is we've got a highly competitive score, which is going to carry us forward in $65 million for the next 7 years. Now, when we talk about translational science, this is the metric. We go from T0 through T1 and into T4. It takes the components of discovery, brings it into humans, into clinical trials, and ultimately changing policy. Embedded in that is the academic assets for commercialization, which we have now an infrastructure to help entrepreneurs in academic settings actually take their discovery through SBIRs, STTRs, and forward. What we focus, though, on highly in the last 5 years is how do we make academic medical centers the engine for clinical trial recruitment, retention, and participation. Now, I'll give you a clue. In the private sector, to start a clinical trial takes about 8 weeks. Our goal was to do this in 12 weeks. The current metric in academic medical centers is 9 months to up a clinical trial. So what did we vision? How did we reimagine this? We reimagined it through a clinical trials office that does soup to nuts. It improves efficiency, harmonizes, streamlines the logistics, also improves quality simultaneously. And how we did that was to implement a clinical trials management system, soup to nuts. How did one get patients into trials, and how do you follow the patient through the trial for billing and appointments? We then solicited an AI ML solution to scan actually our entire EHR, which encompasses 7.2 million New Jerseyans with 4.4 million that are active. So we can take both structured and unstructured data to find patients who would qualify for clinical trials. Not only that, we could kill studies that we think are going to be futile before we go through all the rigmarole, the logistics to find we haven't recruited a patient. So it's all about efficiency. In our clinical trials office, we have our own counsel who can actually work on the contracts that then OGC, our Office for General Counsel, can sign off on. We have our own navigators that allow people to work through the process, and we have a scientific review board that facilitates our IRB submissions. All of this has yielded now about a 12 to 14 week turnaround for clinical trials across our alliance members. That's RWJBH, our health system, NJIT, Princeton, and of course the Rutgers institutions. So what's the use case? Is it working, Planetary? Well, we built cohorts in the last 5 years that are quite substantial. We had a healthcare worker cohort. Our notion was that these were first-line first responders that were likely to get infected. We started the cohort actually in the beginning of 2020, and we're able to recruit 5,200 healthcare workers in a matter of 4 months. That yielded about 28,000 biospecimens, which is a rich reservoir for further study. We established community-based approaches because of the diversity and the density of population in New Jersey. We can actually use community-based organizations to assist us in enrolling vulnerable populations. We're about to embark on a New Jersey kids study following 5,000 pregnant women and their children for 10 years to look at chronic illness. These cohorts serve as the foundation not only for research, but for trainees looking to do translational research. We provided the biospecimens for RUCDR, also known as sampled, which acquired the first EUA for the saliva COVID testing, and we were sites for Moderna, Pfizer, J&J vaccine trial. Matter of fact, we were the second highest recruiter for the J&J vaccine trial globally. The third was Columbia, not the university of, the entire country of Columbia. We also participated in the NIH trials, Active 2, in regards to COVID. So I want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity and pass the baton on to my colleague. Thank you.
That's great. Morning. I'm here to talk to you today about the Ford Center for Life Science Innovation, and specifically the incubator that has been built as part of that 3-floor stack in the Rockefeller University campus. So I want to start my presentation today with sort of a premise, or a preface, I should say, of where we are with respect to biomedical innovation on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, and sort of how this is an untapped field for translational science as it turns into a startup opportunity. So where we are located, the Rockefeller campus is on the Upper East Side on 66th Street. We straddle 64th and 68th Street and the York Avenue and the East River. So it's a fairly tiny campus compared to most large universities. We're a 16-acre campus if you count the recent 2-acre expansion above the FDR Drive. We're also a small institution in terms of numbers. We're only 2,000 staff, including faculty and research trainees. We're only 72 HOLs or PIs in more common parlance on the campus. But you know, what's sort of understated oftentimes is the wealth of other institutions on the Upper East Side. Now, a lot of people know that as the Tri-I, which includes Memorial Sloan Kettering and Weill Cornell Medicine. But in addition to them, you have a wealth of other institutions that have also had a hand in translational science and startup creation, including the Hospital for Special Surgery, New York Presbyterian as a site for clinical trials, the Tri-I TDI, or Therapeutics Discovery Institute, Cornell Technion, which is across the river on Roosevelt Island, as well as the New York Blood Center, which is located on 67th Street. And so taking that into consideration, those institutions have been there for decades now. There's been this sort of outstanding question of why not on the Upper East Side? And it's been an underserved need to have a place for companies to start and potentially grow in this neighborhood of biomedical innovation in Manhattan. And there are a number of them, but this is certainly one where there is a certain density that is oftentimes the refrain of a lot of people who say, why not New York City? And it's not just sort of the companies, but it's also the talent pool that we have, 2,800 students and postdocs. You're looking at 630 research faculty across these institutions, 1,100 active clinical trials, 73 core facilities, all of which I admit might not be 100% available to startups, but a lot of which would come in handy and are actively used by startups in the New York City community and abroad. And then just among these institutions, you're looking at $650 million in NIH funding in last fiscal year alone. And then I mentioned that there is existing legacy of innovation in the Tri-I, and specifically these companies alone represent a lot of the spin-outs that have come out of the three institutions, Weill Cornell, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and Rock, that have either rooted themselves in other cities in the country or in other neighborhoods in New York City, and having to grow to a particular inflection point of growth to take residency in one of our larger incubators. But what's still an underserved need in this neighborhood is a place for these companies to really just get started with that one scientist or two scientists and a bench offering. So this is the Rockefeller campus itself, so none of the Tri-I, 16 acres. And the incubator that I have been charged to lead is located in one of the late 1950s buildings, the Bronx building shown here. And that's us facing south along that marble path. And what we're looking to stand up here is really a community of high-performing startups that interface between high-impact biomedical research and early-stage commercialization, specifically in this neighborhood of talent. And it's that interface where we feel like magic will happen, where you have cutting-edge research, a lot of which comes out of the Tri-I, and startups in their earliest formations of pre-seed or seed stage capital runway. So what we're looking to offer, and that's potentially distinct from anywhere else that you'll find in the city or the country, for that matter, in this particular neighborhood, is one, there are resources. So these are more commonplace that you'll find in a lot of other places, particularly in sponsored university incubators, which is wet lab, instrumentation, core facilities, and there's also programming for entrepreneurs who are earlier on in their foundational stories. But then there's also the proximity story. So proximity to principal investigators, where during that pre-seed and seed stage company formation period, you do want a lot of high-frequency contact with your scientific and academic founders. You've got the trainee pool, the postdoctoral talent, the clinical trial management talent that's in this neighborhood, and you've also got the hospitals to partner with. And then lastly, another pillar, a third pillar of value proposition that we're looking to really realize in this new incubator is a culture of scholarship and serenity, the fact that this is embedded in the heart of the Rockefeller University. For those of you who are not initiated to the grounds of Rockefeller, I invite you to come for a tour. It's truly like a sort of a mini Central Park on the Upper East Side, and we've got a great esplanade that overlooks the East River that a lot of folks in the neighborhood call the sort of East Side's High Line. And then also a culture, blending that culture of scholarship and serenity with a culture of venture creation, which is really the point of the incubator. Oh, looks like we have a rendering error, but what you're supposed to see here is the floor plan, but what really you want to focus on are the numbers up above. So you've got 8,000 square feet of total square footage on a single floor of the Bronx building, which is 6,700 square feet of usable space. That's high level. It's enough for 10 to 15 companies of 2 to 5 person headcount. We've offered 2 tissue culture suites that'll be shared, 3 instrumentation areas. There are 2 co-working lab spaces and 6 private lab suites that range in size that are enough to, at the max size, fit 6 individuals. And then commensurate with that are appropriate office space and private office spaces. So I'll end my talk here, and it's early days. I was onboarded as the inaugural director in July of this year. We're looking to launch an expressions of interest and applications portal later this month and start selecting tenants in January of next year and having the earliest move-in dates in February of next year. And my contact information is here, and stay tuned for more news as we roll out a website and a splash page.
Thanks. So, good morning, everyone. And it's nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And the Center for Discovery and Innovation was created by Hackensack Meridian Health to make innovative science actionable for our patients with cancer, infectious diseases, autoimmune, other acute and chronic diseases. We're located on the former campus of Hoffman & Roche in Nutley, New Jersey, about 7 miles from the Lincoln Tunnel, just past the Giant Stadium in the Meadowlands. The Center for Discovery and Innovation is principally housed in the former Roche Institute for Molecular Biology, which was fully renovated for us. Has expansion space in the new School of Medicine, which is also on that campus, as well as housing the leadership for the Hackensack Meridian Research Institute and new outpatient clinic. Eisai Pharmaceuticals is present there, as well as Quest Diagnostics in their new facility. So it's a real, it's a biotech and commercial and academic hub which has been developed. What I want to talk about today is empowering academic science to be entrepreneurial, empowering academic science to build partnerships, especially regional partnerships in New York and New Jersey and beyond. That's what I want to talk about today. So I'm an infectious disease researcher, do a lot of drug discovery. And when we think about drug discovery, there's always this issue about, well, where are the valleys of death? Well, for a lot of companies and a lot of, especially in the antibiotic space, anti-infective space, for a lot of companies, that valley of death was very in the beginning. So many companies are doing antibiotic and anti-infective, antiviral discovery by acquisition, not necessarily through their own investment. And part of it is that as in the academic world, we just didn't have the resources, opportunity to be able to move things forward. And so that's really what I want to talk about today, is how this has really been overcome in recent years to move all the way through into clinical development. So for academia, there is a lot of money out in the system. There is monies from the NIH, from lots of government investment. That's where us on the academic world comes in. We have commercial ventures. We have lots of commercial partners who we can bring to the table. The idea is bring them together early and effectively with an intended outcome, meaning product development. What does that product look like? How do we bring all these folks together? So bridge these valley of deaths through academic, private partnerships. So two programs I want to highlight, 2 national programs. The first is, well, one of the problems we've faced in recent years is antibiotic drug resistance. We have high threat bacterial, fungal pathogens. We have viral pathogens, which we essentially can't treat because of drug resistance. So we need certainly new antibiotics. Several years ago, we established one of the national centers. It's a $33 million program funded by the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, which was focused on high-threat bacterial pathogens, which you can see here. It included most of what we call the escape pathogens, systemic pathogens, especially for high-risk patients, as well as, for example, mycobacterial true pathogens. Put together leading academic researchers from Rutgers, from our place at Center for Discovery and Innovation at Rockefeller, brought companies together, prokaryotics, Merck, and so forth, and said, let's identify what we're trying to overcome in terms of developing new antibiotics, and let's put everybody together, and let's surround them with pharma-style cores. So no longer as academics do we say, well, we can't do this work because we don't have availability of medicinal chemistry or high throughput screening or modeling or be able to do pharmacology. We'll put all that together. And then we'll be able to function as sort of a not pharmaceutical company, but really drug development enterprise. And so that's what we've been able to do. And I'll come back at the end and show you the fruits of some of these labors. So that's that program. And then more recently, we became one of 9 national programs. This is when National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Disease announced the antiviral drug accelerators. There were 9 awarded, of which we were one. This is a partnership then, and I lead this program with Charlie Rice, the Nobel laureate at Rockefeller. It's a $108 million program that was approved, and it's to develop next generation antivirals that can be used for the outpatient clinic. So we're already establishing what the product profile needs to look like. And it's going to be against SARS, other coronaviruses, and viruses of pandemic concern. Initially, the program, which is a partnership, involved a core group with us and Rockefeller. It had Columbia University, it had Rutgers, Memorial Sloan Kettering, and had Alagos Pharmaceuticals, which is a West Coast firm, but essentially local. It's now been expanded to include Yale, Princeton, has University of Arizona, UCSD, and most importantly, it has commercial partnerships with Merck. It has the Tri-TDI, which you just recently heard about, which also has Takeda as one of its supporter. So we wanted to mix academic science with commercial sector to be able to develop products. Here are some of the folks who are involved in the Metropolitan Antiviral Drug Accelerator with Julian Simons at Alagos, myself working closely with Merck, Tom Tuchel's working with the Tri-TDI and Takeda, and then other members of the consortium. Leading academic groups, leading scientists who have very strong world-class antiviral programs, partnering them with industry to be able to move work forward. And the key, again, is what I mentioned earlier, which is this series of cores, pharma-style cores, to be able to allow us to go from discovery through lead development, through lead optimization, through preclinical development, so that we can now efficiently move and develop products in this space. And as I alluded to, the product of all this is that for the antibiotic development in the last 5 years, we have very successful programs that have developed now molecules, optimized lead molecules, which are now entering into IND enabling and preclinical development. That's on the antibacterial side. We have then on the antiviral side at least one drug that will be going into clinical trials this year. This is all within now less than about 15 months of activity. So the program really is about accelerating development. And we have a lot of the tools, a lot of resources, but the key is partnerships, regional partnerships, taking advantage of the assets that we have in this region, in academia, in the commercial sector, putting them together, identifying that product profile, and then agreeing together that we're going to develop it early so that when we then get to the clinical stage, that molecule has a good chance of being successful. And so that's our basic model. We use it for infectious diseases. We use it in the oncology space, and then beyond. So I'll stop and take questions. Thank you.
Are these mostly small molecules, these antivirals and antibacterials, or a mix?
So for both both programs, these are small molecules that we've been developing. On the oncology side, it's principally immunotherapies. Antibodies are cell-based therapies.
Quick question. The merging for expediting purposes of academia and commercial side, don't you run into issues, or how are you going to deal with like the proprietary nature of some of these discoveries and how that relates to patents and proprietary use by various pharmaceutical companies? How do you work through that?
So the key for developing these consortia is the basic concept that each of the institutions, both the academic institutions and commercial groups, buy into, is that for each project lead, whether it's coming from an academic center or it's coming from a company, all the intellectual property stays within that project. It never crosses over. The cores then are agnostic to it. They provide data, but they never cross between projects. So data that's generated for one project stays in that project, and all the intellectual property belongs to that project lead. And that's the buy-in that was required for groups to be as part of the program, and it's actually worked quite well.
That's great, but once it gets out of that environment, ultimately it may end up in a commercial pharmaceutical or what have you. How does it transfer, so after clinical trial, into a product for consumer, et cetera?
Well, for example, on the antiviral side, 3 of the programs already have commercial partners, whether it's Merck, Allergos. So they're already committed to the commercial development. So that was key. For the ones that don't yet have commercial partnerships, then there's opportunities to present that work, and either some of the in-house companies who we work with, whether it's Merck, could be Pfizer, or others, who have an opportunity to look at it and then develop commercial relationships to be able to take it forward. The key here is we have to be able to move these programs into the clinic. I mean, if they don't wind up in the clinic, then we're not really doing our job. So we have to create a pathway for that commercialization through partnerships. And there's other ways to do it. We can do some of it with BARDA, spinning out companies, but fundamentally it's commercial partnerships that at least initially are going to get it there.
Thank you.
I just wanted to know how Rockefeller was going to get the word out about applications and tenants.
Yeah, so in terms of our marketing strategies, so we're going to be launching a website later this month with that application material and process in place, and as well as our pricing. And then in terms of further marketing efforts, a lot of which will be reliant on program partners, so partnering with a lot of the academic programs that support entrepreneurs, especially in the area. And we're going to start off sort of with a modest effort of outreach. With the idea of, even though we're working to serve anyone who wants to take space in our incubator, there is also this notion that we want to also give some type of special consideration to the immediate vicinity that's arguably been underserved with respect to this product. So working with a lot of the PIs in the neighborhood and seeing what they might have up their sleeve in terms of startups and opportunities, working with the technology transfer offices in the neighborhood, and then concentrically out from there, working with our relationships among the other academic medical centers in the city. But most immediately in this first year, it will be starting up modest efforts. And just to underscore that a little bit, this is fairly new for Rockefeller. The institution chose to go in at this alone with full philanthropic support from its current chairman of its board of trustees. We don't have a third-party operator operating the space. So I and my staff are going to be Rockefeller University employees as well. So there's going to be some lessons learned, I would imagine, in the first months and if not years of operation, but it will be highly bespoke to the community that we're serving, is the upside. If there are no other questions, David, I've got a question for you,
Sure.
actually. So, to the builders in the audience, and given sort of the real estate origins of this conference, this symposium, I couldn't help but notice that you have BSL-3 on your slides.
Right.
Did you rely on existing BSL-3 facilities, or did you guys have to build with the grant?
So we had existing biosafety level 3 facilities that we put in place when we were establishing our research institute. There was one small laboratory there, but we built additional space. And in my previous previous position, actually while I was at Rutgers, I ran the Rutgers Regional Biocontainment Lab, which was one of the national centers. So we've had a lot of experience in running those facilities. We're now in the process of building out additional biosafety level 3 space, which will be specialized actually for development of countermeasures to high threat pathogens, mostly viruses.
Okay,
yeah.
Wow. Something to keep in mind for the audience.
Yep. And then follow up in New Brunswick, it was mentioned the Helix building is going up. Anticipated finishing of that will be the end of 25. That's 1.4 million square feet, right in the center of New Brunswick, which will also house the new medical school, along with about 50,000 square feet of incubator space. Very exciting. And even more exciting is that Amtrak is now going to stop in New Brunswick. That's key, right? We're going to have 13 stops now, right in New Brunswick, right at the Helix building, attached to the New Brunswick train station. So, it's an exciting time for the tri-state area in incubators and startups, and we're certainly encouraging anyone to focus on New Brunswick.
Increase diversity?
That's a great question. And just to reiterate that, how did you build and embed DEI and A access in your cohorts? Well, we didn't have to go far. The good news is New Jersey is one of the most diverse and densely populated states. And so we embraced that in and around COVID. We really reached out to communities in a bi-directional way to meet their research desires and needs and that of the investigators, matching them. And the trick was really to embrace community-based organizations. So our network is 210 CBOs, community-based organizations, that we actually engage them in the recruitment of subjects with a return on investment that they will know about the research before anything gets published. They'll understand the value proposition of research, and that takes a lot of trust, right? The trust is hard to build in clinical research. We're still suffering from the lack of trust in research in communities. So we're trying to overcome that, and we've been helpful, mostly because New Jersey is an urban state. That means that everyone in the state lives 20 miles from a city. That's an urbanized state, and there's only 3 of them in the United States. That gives us greater challenges and also greater opportunity.
So did you have an educational outreach built into your program?
Yes, absolutely. So one of our cores, headed up by Shauna Hudson, is a community engagement core. It has some of the largest money dedicated to engaging the community-based organizations, having them and having town halls, understanding what was important to them, and then bringing and matching them to the principal investigators so they would understand what we would have, what we could offer the community. Very, very important. The other thing we've embraced, which is really exciting, is a micro badge or micro credentialing program for citizen scientists. Our first 52 community individuals have completed a badge or a micro credential in community-based scientists. And they now serve as our ambassadors, understanding the intricacies of some of the scientific method, and they're really helping us engage the communities.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. So now we get to eat and network again. We'll be back here at 1 p.m. Thank you. Okay, welcome everybody back from lunch. For our afternoon session, we've got great speakers lined up this afternoon for you. We're starting with some more lightning talks. So our first talk is going to be on the Hutchinson Metro Center Bronx campus expansion, which is ushering in a new Bronx. You heard Chris Horch talk this morning about the Manny Institute, which is a lab development of Bronx High School. Bronx High School is one of the public science schools in the city. They actually have 8 Nobel laureates, and some of their graduates include the founder of Regeneron, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just huge scientific heavyweights have graduated from the Bronx Science School. And they have just built this 10,000 square foot state-of-the-art laboratory, which they are sharing with other high schools, colleges, and community colleges along what is called the Bedford Mile in the Bronx, which is an educational mile. The development you're about to hear about is going to transform the Bronx, transform Albert Einstein Medical School, transform Montefiore Health System, the Botanical Garden, the Wildlife Conservation Society, Fordham, and Cornell. You don't often hear about science going on in the Bronx, but some of the most exciting science in the city is taking place there right now, and we're going to start highlighting it as part of this new development. So following the Hutchinson Metro Center, which will be delivered by Megan Guy, the Senior Vice President of Development for Simone Development Companies, Harris Goldstein, the Associate Dean for Scientific Affairs and the Director of the Einstein Rockefeller CUNY Center for AIDS Research, will be talking about what's happened at the Albert Einstein School of Medicine in the last several years. It's just been phenomenal. There's been a complete transformation of their faculty. They have just received a major upgrade on their cancer designation by the National Cancer Institute. And they have received new philanthropic donations, new NIH grants that they have not seen before. So it's a very exciting time in their history. And then we have a brand new development in New Jersey, the Northeast Science and Technology Center, which has just opened a state-of-the-art life science campus. The developer, Onyx, will be talking, Matt Flatt, the Senior Vice President of Asset Management. And Onyx has also landed the consumer arm of Johnson & Johnson, which has just spun out of the larger pharmaceutical company and has located in another one of their facilities. So lots to talk about in the next round of lightning talks, and here we go.
Great. Nancy, thank you so much for having us here today. I'm Megan Guy, Senior Vice President of Development for Simone Development Companies. The Hutchinson Metro Center was developed and is currently owned by Simone Development Companies. It's considered one of the most successful commercial developments in the Bronx. It is a 4-building, 1.4 million square foot campus. Today, it is mixed use, featuring healthcare, office, hospitality, and retail. We are currently in pre-development for an expansion of the campus. We will be adding 1.8 million square feet. When we are complete, the campus will be an innovation hub for healthcare, academics, life sciences, and hospitality, totaling 3.4 million square feet across 75 acres. We're located in the Bronx, at the center of the life science ecosystem. We're uniquely situated at the center of 5 major life science clusters. We're obviously in New York City, but we have connection to Westchester County, Boston, Connecticut, and New Jersey. We are getting a new Metro North station, so 4 new Metro North stations are coming to the Bronx. We will be getting one directly on our campus. With the new Metro North station, we will have access to Penn Station in 22 minutes. From Penn Station, we'll be able to get to New Jersey. Traveling north, we'll have connection through Westchester into Stamford and then transfer to Boston. The Bronx is very diverse. Over 75 languages are spoken on the streets. There's a rich culture in the Bronx as well. The Bronx is the home of hip hop. There's actually a new hip hop museum opening, I think it was now 2025. But that museum is actually, there's partnership with Microsoft and MIT. So there's a lot of technology being incorporated with the museum, which is really exciting. We also obviously have the Yankees, Arthur Avenue, and a number of institutions, including Albert Einstein College of Medicine, which we'll be hearing from Harris in a couple of minutes, the Bronx Zoo, and the Botanical Garden, along with a number of other educational institutions, including Fordham University, Manhattan College, Lehman College, and a number of renowned high schools, including Bronx Science. And this map just shows where we're located. We're located in the Northeast Bronx. Montefiore is on our campus, along with Mercy University. Albert Einstein College of Medicine is located across the train tracks from us. Combined between Albert Einstein and the Hutchinson Metro Center, the 2 campuses represent 110 acres and over 6 million square feet. And then you can see the proximity to other institutions within the Bronx, including the zoo, the Botanical Gardens, which both have a lot of research of their own. So this is an aerial of our campus. The North Campus is existing. Montefiore's Ambulatory Care Center is existing on our campus today. It's 280,000 square feet. There's 12 operating rooms. It's essentially a bedless hospital. Anything that can be done there that doesn't require an overnight stay happens there. And then you'll see on the south is the campus expansion. On the east, we have the Hutchinson River Parkway. We are working towards getting a new ramp, which will provide direct access from the Hutchinson River Parkway into our campus, which is huge, as well as the new Metro North station right on our campus, and then Albert Einstein College of Medicine is across the station. The new Metro North station will provide direct access to Albert Einstein. And this is the master plan showing the existing campus highlighted in yellow, and in blue is the new campus. We have over 10 acres of open space planned. We'll have walking paths, bike paths, and there will be 9 new ground-up construction buildings. The first building we are planning will be 350,000 square feet and a mix of both healthcare and life sciences. And then this is just a rendering of the expansion itself. We do have a lot of parking on here. Being in the Bronx, we do have public transportation, but it's unique in the sense that the campus somewhat acts as a suburban campus as well. So parking is very important. It's important for the healthcare component as well. We'll be adding 1.2 million square feet of new office, medical, and research space, as well as academic space. We are looking to add a nursing school and an engineering school, as well as retail, a 130-room hotel and conference center, and we will have 250 residential units that will be dedicated only to those working or researching on campus. We are looking to start construction next year, and that will be on the site work, and then the following year we'll start vertical construction. So we are very excited This has been a project many years in the making. I've been with Simone for 7 years and started day one on this, so we're finally at the finish line and can't wait. We've have a great relationship with Einstein and Montefiore, and given the proximity to this amazing institution, we're very excited for the opportunities ahead.
Great. Thanks a lot, and very, very exciting times in the Bronx. And as Megan said, it's a lot easier to park in the Bronx than it is to park around here. I don't know if anyone had experiences we've all had. But just going to give you a brief overview of Einstein and, again, the tremendous synergism that has been generated with our acquisition by Montefiore Medicine. And Einstein is one of the major research institutions in New York City, and the only major research institution located in the Bronx. A full-time faculty of over 1,800 people, 310 investigators funded by grants, over $200 million of NIH funding a year, and almost $300 million total grant funding, 7 NIH-funded research centers, 10 centers of excellence, and we have over 50 shared facilities and cores. And again, as I'll be discussing, these cores are made available to incubator companies and biotech and life science companies as well to assist them. We have a large medical school, 732 students, 190 PhD students, 120 MD PhD students, 250 postdocs, 29 master's students, and 7 bioethics students. So again, we have an incredibly robust, high-powered scientific educational research center. We're part of Montefiore Medicine, and that's really given us tremendous capacity for synergism between Montefiore's clinical care services and our basic clinical, translational, behavioral research component. We're located in the center of a major emerging biotech hub, as Megan talked about in the Bronx. And I mean, it's boomtown in the Bronx. And we really are very excited about the potential synergism and our ability to facilitate the growth of biotech and biotech companies in our area. Montefiore Medicine itself is huge in terms of being an academic health system. It's located in the Bronx, Westchester, and Hudson Valley. And in the past 10 years, it's really dramatically increased its affiliation. So now it's affiliated with 11 hospitals, 200 ambulatory care locations throughout the Bronx, Westchester, Hudson Valley. Many of you may have seen billboards for Montefiore when you're driving up at Westchester because it's a major area of growth. 40,000 associates, $6.5 billion of operating revenue, over 2,400 providers, and again, multiple centers for clinical excellence in treatment. Einstein, in the strategic planning process, identified 4 major areas of research to focus on, and these are all supported by NIH-funded centers. And many of you know that's incredibly competitive. That means you're the best in the country in those particular areas. Focuses on cancer, stem cell research, brain health and science, infectious disease, immunity, and aging and metabolism. Now, these are all interconnected by a clinical translational research center that's funded by the NIH. The idea behind this is not to have silos, to have areas that are working in the brain or heart or liver or kidney or different diseases, taking advances made in one area and applying them to different areas. Also moving advances from the bench into the hospitals to develop new therapeutics. And what drives that at Einstein is this Clinical Translational Research Center. NIH funded, recently renewed in the past few months for $30 million over 7 years from the NIH to continue this. And again, there's a tremendous area of synergism applicable to the work that Megan and Simone are doing in development. Now, another benefit of Einstein-Montefiore synergism has been the recent refunding of our cancer center as a comprehensive cancer center. What that means is it's designed to do basic research, but translate that basic research into new treatments and new therapies. And again, this is led by Dr. Ed Chu, again, a major advance. And in this process, we've gone on in the past 2 years a tremendous recruitment process. And Nancy Kelly spoke about the growth. we've recruited over 50 new cancer-focused faculty from major leading research centers from across the country. What that also means is we're getting their expertise, their perspective, and bringing them all in to Einstein to allow us to really benefit from advances made everywhere in the country. And again, this is just pictures of the different investigators that have been recruited, again, driving this tremendous growth and burst of new creative energy and research activity. In addition, an anonymous donor has recently donated $100 million to Einstein that's going to be funding the recruitment of new basic research investigators, a new director for our Institute for Stem Cell and Regenerative Medicine, funding of new PhD graduate students, purchase of high-end cutting-edge instruments for our cores, and acceleration funds and seed funds, and development of a new anatomy and research lab renovations. Again, driving tremendous amount of growth. Recently, we obtained a $7 million grant from the NIH to construct a BSL-3 facility that will enable us to be part of the cutting-edge work on emerging virus research. We've all been affected by COVID, but we all know that there's other viruses out there that are going to be emerging. We need to have centers that are able to do research on them, understand the pathophysiology of the disease, and develop new therapies for them. And we're very involved in tech transfer from our discoveries, licensing to life science companies, developing of spin-off companies. These are just 4 recent spin-off companies that have been emerged from Einstein. One of actually Q is already listed on over-counter training. And what's also very active is our shared cores and facilities. And these are able to do multiple areas of analysis. And what's most important is these are available for outside users. We have users from across the country, life science company, academic centers that use our facilities. And again, one of the synergies we will be having with Simone is by making these core facilities available to tenants in the incubator space. So they don't have to get high-end microscopes, high-end flow cytometry, high-end proteomics, mass specs, et cetera. We're able to provide that. And our core facilities are set up to be very friendly to business, standard service use templates, I-Core facility management, and again, this is all done to make things as easy and seamless as possible. We also have some early stage incubator space. So if you're on the smaller end, you're not ready for the Simone higher end, you want to just, as a scientist, discovery needs 1 or 2 benches to move things along, this is something that we provide. You can feel free to contact me if you have any interest in doing that. And finally, we've been funded by the New York City EDC with a $13 million grant to develop this Embark, which is this new facility designed to develop innovative CAR T-cell-based, cell-based therapy, antibody, biologics. We all know how booming that is in the life science industry. And again, this will be something that's specifically designed to support life science companies and an area of also of synergy with the Simone development. So again, I thought this is a great quote. One thing about being at Einstein, you have great quotes because you can quote Albert Einstein. Everyone knows if he said something, it's probably pretty smart, and there's no shortage of quotes from Einstein. So I always love to end with a quote from Einstein. And something I think is so appropriate to what Nancy does in her group is logic will get you from A to B, but imagination, and again, what Nancy Kelly provides and what all of us provide, that will take you everywhere. And I hope that everywhere for you is the Bronx. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harris. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Flath. I'm Senior Vice President of Asset Management for Onyx Equities. For those of you who don't know, Onyx is, we founded in 2004. We are owners, operators, developers of commercial real estate, essentially across all asset classes. Our portfolio is currently around 11 million square feet, everything within a 2 to 2.5 hour drive of New York City. And I'm here today to talk about our newest and personally to me, our most exciting new project, the Northeast Science and Technology Center, formerly Merck's global headquarters. So from a location perspective, we are located in Kenilworth, New Jersey, which is in Union County. We are adjacent to the Garden State Parkway, exit 138, about 2 miles south of I-78. We're 12 minutes from Newark Airport and about 14 miles from New York City. So from a locational perspective, this offers an opportunity for a large-scale life science development in an otherwise very infill, very densely populated area. When people find out about the campus, the question we get all the time is, where has this been? It's 108 acres in the middle of one of the densest parts of our country, and it's been owner-occupied since its original development almost 90 years ago. We acquired the property from Merck in February. They acquired it through the acquisition of Shearing Plow back in the early 2000s. And the campus is, so switch to the next slide here, it's 108 acres, 12 buildings, roughly 2 million square feet. And what we're most excited about is the condition in which Merck is leaving the property to us is of a Class A level. Merck overbuilt, and when I say overbuilt, I mean overbuilt in a good way. They overbuilt everything on the campus, the infrastructure, the quality of the lab space. Of the 2 million square feet, there is roughly 500,000 feet of office space. The other 1.5 million is existing R&D lab research vivarium space. And of that 1.5 million square feet, about 1.2 has all been newly renovated in the past 5 to 10 years. So we're essentially infusing into the market the ability to offer 1.2 million square feet of Class A newly renovated lab space, which in a otherwise capital-starved market, we found to be very, very compelling. The existing conditions you see here show and this doesn't have a laser pointer, but if it did, I would point to the 2 buildings on that form an L on the southern, against the Garden State Parkway, and the figure 8-shaped building next to it. Those are the 3 main office buildings. To the left of the figure 8-shaped building is the building known as 11 Nest Drive, which is a roughly 280,000 foot R&D building. That is, of the 1.5, that's the roughly 300,000 feet that is not newly renovated. So we actually have a capital plan to fully renovate, gut renovate, reskin, redevelop that building. But the bones and the infrastructure that Merck has left to us are extremely robust. The building has 300 pound per square foot load capacities on the first floor, lower level, and second floor. There's 20 foot floor to floor heights on all 3 floors. So it gives really good opportunity to convert some of that building into biomanufacturing use, being you have that clear height necessary to house the equipment. The final building, which is, if you see the large building on the top right corner, is known as 15 Nest Drive. That is actually still Merck's global research headquarters. They lease that building back from us through the middle of 2025. And that building is 1.2 million square feet and houses all of the newly renovated lab space. It's broken up into 8 pods of about 120,000 feet. So one of the other very exciting things about the campus, and particularly this building, in addition to the fact of the sheer quantity of available lab space, it's designed in a way where it's essentially 8 independent buildings connected by 2 central spines that run between all the buildings. So from an MEP utility perspective, structurally, fire separation, even from a security perspective, they operate as 8 independent buildings. So we're going to be offering this building not as a single tenant 1.2 million square foot building, but as an opportunity to break it down into as small as individual 120,000 foot blocks. So in addition to the great existing infrastructure that exists on this site, we do have some exciting redevelopment plans for the campus as well. So I'll switch to the next slide, which shows our master plan is in development, but this gives a sense as to what our vision is for the campus. So one of the first things we'll do is actually demolish that figure 8-shaped building in the center of the campus. The reason being, it really separates the campus north to south, and you have what we consider to be the crown jewel of the campus, the 15 Nest Drive building, being separated from the heart of the campus. So by taking that building down, building a new central pavilion, and offering 2 build-to-suit opportunities, essentially pad sites flanking that pavilion, it really helps open up the south side of the campus. On the north side of the campus, which if I go back, you'll see there's a roughly 30-acre development parcel that actually used to house a 1.2 million square foot manufacturing facility. So if you ever took Claritin or used A&D ointment before 2010, it was probably manufactured on this site. It was demolished, but the site it's a greenfield site and is ready for development. The zoning on the site is extremely flexible, and we have the as-of-right ability to build up to 3 million square feet on that campus, in addition to the 2 million that exists today. This concept plan doesn't show 3 million square feet because you'd end up in an extremely vertical environment, but it shows a roughly million square foot development, 5 buildings ranging between 100 and 200,000 square feet. So in addition to the existing structures and our development plans, again, one of the additional compelling reasons that has generated a lot of interest in the campus is the utility infrastructure that exists on the site. So Merck spent close to $50 million about 5 years ago building a new substation, electrical substation on the campus. We have dual 41 megawatt feeds coming in from PSE&G, so we have full N+1 capacity at 41 megawatts. The campus currently operates at about 7, so we have close to over 30 megawatts of available power for both additional buildings and upsizing the utilities within each of the existing buildings. And that level of redundancy for the power that comes into the campus is every step down from the substation down into each individual building and each floor within each building. There's also a central cogeneration facility on the campus that generates an additional 25 megawatts of power and a tremendous amount of steam. So we produce steam, we produce up to 25 megawatts of power, and just offers another level of additional and redundant utilities on campus. We have over 9,400 tons of total HVAC capacity. So again, one of the other redundant features is the level of HVAC, and a number of the chiller plants on the campus were fully renovated or replaced within the past few years. So this speaks to the trend of what we acquired from Merck was, although it's a campus they're moving out of, Merck operates at an extremely high level, and even today, as they're moving out of the campus, the space continues to be in very high form, and it's led to a tremendous amount of we're very fortunate, activity in the campus. So if I flip back to the previous slide, you can see this is a top-down site plan, and where we're seeing a lot of interest right now is on the existing lab facilities in the 15 building. And as I mentioned before, we all know how challenged the capital markets are right now, and that hasn't stopped the science. It hasn't stopped the need for people to perform research. It's just much harder to build that space. So again, by adding this 1.5 million square feet of essentially turnkey, move-in ready lab space to a booming market, we're 14 miles from New York City, and New Jersey is definitely part of the New York City, kind of the boom that's happening in this region is really rising all ships in the market, and adding this space in a supply-constrained environment has led to a great amount of activity. One of the key goals of ours is to incorporate all aspects of the life science ecosystem into the campus, from incubation, spin-out, small-scale, large-scale, academic institutions, healthcare, and across all of those categories, we're in pretty advanced negotiations with a number of different groups. So we're very excited as we come towards the end of the year, and we hope to have a few exciting announcements in the coming months as we finalize some of those deals. But we do still have, even once the handful of deals we're working on right now are hopefully completed, we'll have over 1 million square feet of space still available, most of which will be lab space. So we are using JLL as our leasing agent. So for any leasing inquiries, you could visit nestcenter.com if you want to learn more about the campus, and we're happy to, if anyone wants to come take a look at the campus, come tour the amazing facility that exists there, we're happy to do it. We're hosting, on average, between 2 and 3 tours a week with various both prospective tenants and institutions. So thank you very much for your time.
Open up for any questions?
Hearing none. All right, thank you all.
Okay, so now we are shifting back to our startup companies, this time focused on the biolabs at NYU Incubator. Glenys Mera, who's the director there, will be moderating 3 of her companies: Anthony Johnson, the CEO and president of Codicast Therapeutics; Dory Thomas Carriott, the CEO of Synthis; and Pakrit Jina, co-founder and CTO of Lyme Therapeutics.
Okay, so thank you all for joining this afternoon. Wonderful New York fall day, finally. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce not only biolabs, but some of our companies and the engine of most of the ambitions of the stakeholders in this room. Early stage life science companies, as you know, and has been discussed, actually provide the opportunity for New York to become an epicenter of drug discovery, development, and also advances in other areas of life science. And we at Biolabs actually believe that we can help accelerate that in terms of helping companies advance their work and also creating community. Biolabs at NYU Langone is part of a network of incubators. There are 11 in the US, all biolabs, and also 6 now emerging internationally. In New York, we are focused on execution. Our model is companies get their first tranche of funding, they enter into our site, and they can, within 2 weeks of making it through our selection committee, actually start their work and start getting to their first milestones. What's amazing about our community, we've only been open since 2019 and we've already generated 60 startups. Currently we have 40. I wouldn't say generated, but we've hosted 60 startups and we currently have 40. Of the alumni that have graduated from our incubator, they've already raised $2 billion in funding. And I think just the numbers in terms of the economic impact is quite significant. As I mentioned, in New York, we focus on execution, and the way that's realized is actually through capital efficiency, through providing extensive amount of resources needed for early stage development and research. We also foster collaboration between our founders and help people streamline their workflows through training and other resources and aspects of design of our systems and operations. Most of what we do goes undetected and is quite purposeful to actually ensure that the outcomes that are needed for success are there. And so very pleased to introduce a few examples of our founders, starting with Codicast, Synthis, and Lyme Therapeutics. So you know this side is senior, the senior citizens of the community. So Anthony has been with us the longest, and Lyme Therapeutics that Parker represents actually is one of our newer companies. So with that, Anthony, I just want each of you to take about 5 minutes and describe your work, and then we'll have a conversation of what we actually would look forward to in the New York ecosystem as things move forward and develop.
Thanks, Glennis. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I guess I'm the elder statesman here. So Codicast Therapeutics was founded back in late 2019. It was a technology we licensed from Emory University down in Atlanta, Georgia. And I've been, though you don't hear from the accent, well experienced working in New York City environment in biotech. I actually worked with Kelly Associates and Nancy on starting the New York Genome Center, right? So for the longest time, it had been a big issue with having space here in the city, and I think we've come a long way since then. And so I'll tell you kind of our journey and why we selected New York City to be the headquarters for our technology. So at Codicast, what we're doing is we've created a technology that allows us to specifically hit, in this case, cancer cells, but we'll be expanding this outside of just the oncology realm. The technology is called zip code. So it's a DNA-based way that if you can think of things almost like Google Maps, where we can actually hone in on the specific cell, and these DNA markers are able to, in addition to their specificity, efficiently deliver a variety of different therapeutic payloads. So it's a tremendous advantage. Obviously, one of the big issues in therapeutics is trying to get the right drug to the right place at the right time, and we believe our zip code technology is going to permit us to do so. Another aspect of these zip code technologies, too, is they don't elicit an immune response, so we can do repeat dosing. And so as we're trying to treat these cancer patients in the cells, we're able to almost modulate the therapy similar to the way that cancer morphs, and develops resistance to these therapies. And so we were, as we got founded back in 2019, we started doing early stage work. We have a small lab in Atlanta, Georgia, and we were the inaugural recipient of the Golden Ticket Award for Biolabs, right? So the first one funded by Boehringer Ingelheim, right? And so that was one of the reasons why we selected Biolabs to move into. Another aspect of kind of why we chose New York City is because I think there is indeed a burgeoning life science sector taking place here. Obviously, with the academic institutions, as you've heard from some of these other talks, there are just world-renowned researchers and technologists here, and we take full advantage of that, right, through partnerships with various academic groups here. Also, our first two indications on the clinical side are in the area of multiple myeloma research in the liquid tumor side, followed by pancreatic cancer, another lethal cancer that's out there. And so we have full plans of doing clinical trials here in the city with groups like Cornell, Sloan, as well as Columbia. So that's just a bit of backdrop kind of what we're doing. We are currently about 7 employees. We do a lot of work through contract research organizations, but we take full advantage of the shared equipment and facilities here at BioLabs. And it's been a great way to interact with fellow entrepreneurs, fellow life science groups that are going through some of the same issues that trouble an early stage biotech, right? Whether it be through partnering, staffing, or just trying to solve some of the issues on the funding side. And so it's been a great experience, and we're looking to expand. So we've gone through a couple of rounds of funding. We're currently going through another one as we speak, and our game plan is to be moving out of BioLabs, or I would say probably moving into larger space, right, in 2024, and we've begun that search process already. And I think, I mean, from the perspective of kind of space and what early stage biotechs need, a lot of it is flexibility. So, right, so the ability to kind of move and morph as your company grows, or sometimes needs to reduce during tough economic times is important. And then also being able to move into space, like for us, we look to expand so that we can have space at least for a 3 to 4 year period of time without having to move again. So for us, that looks like, call it that 10 to 15,000 kind of square feet of space with a mixture of lab and office space. So that's a bit on the backdrop of Codicos. You'll be hearing a lot more about us in the future. This is indeed a new modality in oncology therapeutics. And so I think a corollary to what we're doing with this next generation genomic targeting platform is paralleling some of the things that you see with the antibody drug conjugates and using our zip codes as a novel way of targeting these cancer cells where current antibody targets do not exist. And so from both a manufacturing perspective, a cost perspective, and scalability, we think this platform has a large runway, and are excited to kind of move it into the future.
Yeah, great. Thank you for sharing that. So, Dory, can you tell us about your approach?
Well, thank you, everybody, for your attention today. My name is Dory Thomas-Cariat. I'm the CEO and founder of Synthis Therapeutics. A little bit about me. I am a scientist. I'm a tumor immunologist by training, and New York was always my choice. I did my postdoctoral work here at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and then I joined pharma for a bit, and I worked as a drug discovery scientist, project lead. I went back to Illinois for a bit, and then came back to the pharma space here in New Jersey and New York, and decided never to leave. And so at Synthis, what we are developing is a first-in-class immunomodulatory antibody drug conjugate for cancer and fibrotic diseases. And just to give you a little bit of context, Anthony just mentioned the ADC space. If you pay attention to oncology, you know that the ADCs are kind of having their renaissance, their moment in the sun. They've been around for a while. And you can, yay. And really, I think you can kind of see recently deals in the space have just kind of exploded. The most, I think the most dramatic one, the most powerful one, was Pfizer's purchase of Seagen, one of the original ADC companies, been around for about 25 years. That deal went down for about $43 billion, and it just sort of put ADCs front and center. On a more patient-centric note, I think this story actually is really why we do this. There was a recent ASCO meeting, which is the clinical oncology meeting, and Daiichi Sankyo is a Japanese ADC company. They came and presented their data on in HER2 in heavily pretreated breast cancer patients, and they had an over 50% improvement in survival for this patient population that didn't have a lot. And the entire plenary session stood up and applauded. They had a standing ovation for this. This has never happened. Any of you who have ever attended ASCO, it's a very staid, calm. And then to have an entire plenary session to get up on their feet speaks to what ADCs are powerful, how powerful they are, and what they can actually accomplish. And really, their ability to contribute to the patients, which is why we're all here, right? This is why we do what we do. Along those lines, what Synthis has done is really kind of leverage the ADC space, and we've done it in sort of a novel, differentiated way where we're turning our attention away from the tumor and turning our attention to the immune system. If you don't have immune function when you have cancer, you don't get clearance. And more importantly, you do not get remission, which means your cancer will come back. You have to get your immune system back in the game. And so our platform is designed to actually restore immune function in cancer patients. And so we have our lead development candidate selected. I'm really excited because we actually designed this platform internally. We didn't spin out for anywhere, so I actually designed that platform, and we have now 3 patents issued on it. And we're really, really excited about the next steps. We're raising our A. We're going on to really sort of expand the team. We joined Biolabs last year. We joined in 2021. We also won one of the golden tickets from BI, and it's been just an amazing journey, really. Glennis and the team has been so supportive, and it's really allowed us, all the incubator space, but really allowed us to set up shop from literally nothing. We had nothing. We wrote, a drug composition on a napkin, and we built from there. And New York City supported that, right? We were able to start from zero, and now we have 3 patents on the platform. We're able to demonstrate efficacy, safety, and improved therapeutic window. We have it all laid out, and I don't think I would choose anywhere else to be other than New York City. I think where we're going as a biotech community is incredible. I think everything that we have here in New York will allow the biotech community here to flourish. I'm really excited to be a part of it.
Great. So Prakrit, can you introduce Lyme?
Thank you. I'm Prakrit Jena, and I'm co-founder and CTO of Lyme Therapeutics. And Lyme, like our name LIME, is a platform biotech targeting lipid-mediated pathways. I think of Lyme as an example of an idea that started in New York and is staying in New York. I was previously a research scientist in our co-founder Dan Heller's Cancer Nanomedicine Lab at Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, and I worked there to develop LipidSense, our proprietary lipid sensing platform. And this was motivated by this clear understanding across many diseases that lipid buildup causes heart disease, it causes diabetes, obesity, strokes, it's causal in many kinds of cancers. But lipidomics has never been accessible the way proteomics and genomics are, that the tools just weren't there to study lipids in a high throughput scalable way. And that's what I worked on at Sloan Kettering to invent, the lipid sensing platform. And once it was clear that we had something valuable in our hands, we wanted to start a biotech around it. And New York was just the most obvious choice for us. Our science was based here. We had extensive collaborators here. There was no lack of really talented PhDs, master's students, undergraduates coming out. And my co-founder was at Harvard Business School at the moment. And we evaluated the 2 places. We could move to Boston. We could stay in New York. And it was just obvious that New York was a much better choice for us. And when we looked at places to spin out from, Biolabs was amazing in terms of the people there, the community, the facility. It was I don't want to say step up, but there was nothing that we were missing in terms of equipment or just capability of the science we could do. And so we started our lab about 3 months ago, and we were lucky to get a golden ticket from BMS. And with that bench, we hired our first scientist. We did a lot of really amazing work quickly. And now we've hired our second person. We're moving 2 benches now. Early next year, we'll move into a private lab space. And those are the kind of decisions we can make immediately without really thinking about the infrastructure, what it takes. We email Glennis. It takes us a week to science something, and then we can have a private lab space. As a company, we've been using our platform to find novel targets in cancer, and we have a lead molecule that has in vivo efficacy, and we're working on developing it further. We also have a partnership with a large pharma company on cardiometabolic diseases, and we're working on finding our own targets in aging-related disorders. We had received a Deerfield Exceed Award for our early work in Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and that's something we're continuing on at our own space in Biolabs. Our plan at the moment is we're a stage company with 4 employees, and we'll likely hire 1 more in a few months. We then expect to start our Series A raise in Q1 2025, where we'll go for up to 10 employees, mostly scientists and engineers, to build out the platform and work on our biology. And then after that, we expect to stay in New York, as there's so many more spaces available for companies that potentially outgrow the size of Biolabs. And one thing I'm really proud of is how much we're leveraging New York's expertise. We have our own company. We have a sponsored research agreement with Sloan Kettering and with Stony Brook. We have 3 partnerships that are going to start soon with NYU, with Weill Cornell, and then ASRC. And we've really done all we can to leverage everything New York offers us. And I'm really proud that I came here as a postdoc in 2012. We raised our family here. We developed the platform here. And now the company is growing and thriving in New York. And it's just great to be part of this community, be part of all the founders here and what we're doing here.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing that, and I think each of you touched on why New York. I wanted to maybe let's explore what would you like to see that isn't here. As you envision your companies growing in New York, what do you need to make sure that that growth is sustained and at a efficient, and both capital efficient and also time efficient way? Who wants to go first?
I think everybody in the startup space will say the same thing. At least they'll say, funding. I think personally, New York has all the pieces, and they just need to come together, right? If you look at Boston, they really kind of put it together for the biotech space, right? And I think a lot of that is their repeat founders, right? So you need leaders who know how to do this. It's really tough to build drugs, right? To bring them forward and push them forward. And the ecosystem in Boston is just that. They have these repeat founders that know how to do this, and they keep doing it. And so if you have a repeat founder, it's easier to raise money. I'm a first time. I mean, it's harder to bring money in. And so what I would love to see is New York kind of focus on, say, first-time founders. We were funded by New York State, so we're very, very grateful. But just those sorts of small things that really can change the game. To say, we believe in you, you have credibility, we'll back you. I think that's what I would like to see a little bit more of in New York.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think funding is one major aspect of it. I think we've had a growth in kind of the VC sector here, right? Particularly in healthcare, some of those in services, some of those in the therapeutic space. So that's welcome to see. But I think, part of the thing that makes New York City different than other areas is our capital markets, right? And I think that when we look at ways that we can fund, and you spoke to obviously the economic development that comes from these early stage companies, and we're all hiring people and growing. And I think that things like, for instance, legislation to do things like selling net operating losses, right, that you see in other marketplaces like California and New Jersey are things that we can take full advantage of, right, and will be a natural fit for our capital markets and some of the things we're doing on the equity side. I think also a bit of organization, right? So if you look at all of these different, if you will, life science buildings we have out there and our institutions, kind of bringing that conduit together. So if you're in California, you're working with the UC system, and the investigators there are able to kind of spin out companies, get early stage funding, and drive growth. The same is true kind of in the Boston marketplace, whereas here it's a bit more parochial. And so I think as we start having more events that bring groups together and allow for this kind of natural conduit of conversations, right, it'll start allowing for the increased efficiency and velocity of growth of these early stage companies.
Yeah. Parker.
I think I agree with both these points. For me, I'm a first-time founder, so this is the only fundraising climate I've seen. But we really take advantage of the fact that my co-founder is currently in Boston. He was a Blavatnik Fellow through HBS, and it certainly seems easier there to find more mentors, to find more funding, and we've been leveraging that. But now Schedule is moving down to New York, so we'll be fully based here. But I think the experience other industries have, like Boston and the Bay Area, is very helpful. Your advisors have just seen more things. They're just aware of different ways things have happened, and we really leverage that. And I think to Anthony's point, New York does seem very fragmented in that way. Like, we have all these ongoing partnerships with different institutions, but there's no commonality between them. It's different people, different rules they follow, different sort of deals we have with each of them. And I guess in principle, it would be much nicer if there was some sort of either umbrella or a common template that they followed. There would just be much less overhead on our part. We could go from science to execution much faster.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. One of the things that has been a theme in other conferences is talent acquisition. So is the talent that you need here, and what do you foresee as you grow? Would we need to consider that? I mean, we have a room of stakeholders that could impact what's provided.
So I can go in that case. We were fortunate, and we hired 2 really great people in the last 3 months. But I do feel like that might not always be scalable. One person graduated from Rockefeller and worked on a similar topic to what Lime is doing, so that was a perfect fit. But another person was in the Bay Area. They came back home for personal reasons. Other than that, most PhDs that I see graduating in New York move out of New York for life science careers. I see them going to Boston or the Bay Area, and then sometimes they come back. So I think we were fortunate that this is essentially an easier time to hire, and there were these unique people who were in New York for specific reasons. But it does seem that PhDs generally expect to move out of New York, and that becomes the default mindset. They look for jobs outside. They expect to get experience in Boston, and then it's a great place. They'll often stay there. So I do see New York needs to have more of a magnet effect to keep people graduating, looking at New York first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's been easy to recruit to New York City, right? And so we've recruited senior scientists on the clinical side from Boston or from the Bay Area during COVID, right? Not even having a chance to meet them face to face. So New York City makes it very easy to recruit. I think the cost of living now is kind of getting a bit more equilibrated there as well. So what we lack, I think, right now currently are the experienced, if you will, executives, right, that have done biotechs or diagnostics before. And so I think part of the blessing, if there's any blessing of COVID, is that we can work remotely, right? But in terms of where we have a lack of talent right now, I think it's at that kind of later stage experienced executives that are, whether it be on the commercial side, the regulatory side, and of course on things like the CFO side of all things, right, as where we have a lack of expertise.
Yeah. So all of you mentioned the golden ticket, right? And what the golden ticket isn't funding, but it's a proxy for funding, in that you can get a resource without having to pay for it for a period of time. So one of the things that we've talked about is the importance of funding in enabling your effort. How do you feel about the development community or the community of builders actually becoming investors or providing things like golden tickets?
All for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if you understand the space, right, I think one of the things with investors, you can have investors that understand what you're doing in therapeutics, or like sort of outside investors and say, oh, I want to make an impact, I want to come in. So I think for us, we like people who kind of understand the space, understand some of the stumbling blocks, right? Like, this is a hard industry, understand, the long-term projections and how long it takes. I think having people who understand the space, understand like even the physical space that you need, these are things that are really relevant, and they make the whole process smoother. Right? If you have, for instance, angel investors who don't really understand the therapeutic space, it's a long time. Science does not go like this. It's like, right? And so you really want people who are like, yeah, I'm in it for the long haul, and I'm here to support you through it. So.
Yeah, and I think it's a no-brainer, right? You're seeing it in other sectors, right, or other areas. I mean, Alexander is a good example. They're an investor in our company. They know the space very well. You got Deerfield has done their things, right? In Boston, you're seeing now a lot more developers are putting money into it. I mean, the fact of the matter is that life science companies are sticky, and we pay very high rates, right, for our space. So I think that once you understand the development world, if you understand your clients and how they're going to grow, then it allows for an easy kind of a way to evaluate the investment, basically.
Yeah. So since you're touching on space and the high price that startups have to pay for their space, part of that is the scalability of the companies within the space that they're acquiring when they step out of our incubators. Usually these companies have closed their Series A. There's a flow of significant capital, but there's also a need to project it out for a few years. And so what's the sweet spot in terms of size that each of you, maybe Parker, you're very new to this type of consideration, but so Anthony and Dory, what are some of the considerations or size that you anticipate that you're going to need?
Yeah, for me, I mean, this is my second startup. My first one was in diagnostics. We raised money during 07, 08. So unlike Parker, I'm used to these kind of capital markets, right, going up and down. And so for me, the important part is sustainable growth, right? And so what I look at is not taking on too much, right? And there's a delicate balance, right? Because I mean, your cost of development of that space, right, is substantially expensive, right? So if you can scale that out over more square footage, it makes sense. But you got to carry that load, right, for later periods of time. So for us, like I said, a good sweet spot is looking at kind of our 3 to 4 year projections. And I think what we're doing is looking at, like I say, that kind of 5 to 15,000 sort of square foot of space, right, is a good way to expand.
Yeah. So I think for us, we kind of are on the more early discovery, leading into development. Our growth plan has always been to kind of build out the oncology aspect of our platform, and then focus also on fibrosis. I think a team of about 10 would ultimately be what we would focus on, with the idea that we would then shift some of the work to partnership back to like my friends in pharma, because I've seen what they can do with development, and they do it like that. It's brilliant. And so the idea would be like we do the discovery, we get the data package together, and then we partner, whether it be at the IND stage, at the phase 1 stage, but to kind of partner it through with them. So the team doesn't have to be quite so large, right? Like a lot of what we do is through CROs. So like our in vivo studies we do through CROs. We keep, you know, the management and sort of the biology in-house, and then we kind of outsource some of the other things. So the team doesn't have to be so big, but for us, I think around like 10,000 square feet would be great.
Okay. Wow. And so do you have an idea at this stage, or you're still?
I think we have this sense that right now we've closed our seed round, and we'll have a 5% team. So one more scientist will hire and maintain that till Q1 2025, which is when we'll start our Series A fundraising. If that goes according to plan, the expectation is to have approximately a 10 to 15% company based on how many of our targets from our platform are worth us proceeding further with. And then it really comes down to, are we going to be a clinical stage company or not for the Series B?
Yeah, and the reason I bring this up, because what I see being provided in the market are, you know, 40, 30, 25,000 square feet. And what you're telling me, and I actually see this with some of the other companies, not just at our incubator, is that the requirement isn't quite as extensive. And that's because of, is it because of the CROs, or is it because of other aspects of the platforms you're developing?
I think it's the way it's going, right? I think you don't have to build everything internally. You can outsource, because there's a lot of expertise that's been developed. And there's some really skilled people working in CROs that you can leverage without actually setting up an entire vivarium, getting a mouse facility manager, you know, running those studies. You know, some of the models we do are very standard, so they're easy and they can be executed without internally building. And I think that's just sort of the new way of getting things done very quickly.
Okay.
And I think it's just access to capital. I mean, frankly, obviously, where we're currently located is the former headquarters of ImClone, basically, right? So my vision is we're going to have a big biotech here in the city, right? It'll be Codicos will be one of them, and as we raise more capital, we'll take on more space. But it's all about kind of, again, sustainability and what you have available.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've got 40 shots on creating the next big ImClone. Yeah, so we are in the old ImClone space, and so we're the inheritor of great history. And so we have about 2.5 minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to add, or we can open it up to questions? Any questions? Okay. That's great. Well, thank you.
Wonderful team. Okay, so I think you can get a sense of the diversity of companies that are coming up through the system. It's very exciting because I think it's going to make the city stronger as a result. So right now we have another break. Everybody get a cup of coffee, get your second wind, and when we come back, we'll have a fireside chat on cell and gene therapy, which will be really interesting to listen to.
good as they have the bar, and then the table on this side, so you have between, like this, so it was like very tight. Yeah, you guys are really good. No, he did that stupid thing with the page thing over there. You know, you do the page. Yeah, you know, you put, you come out and look like a cat, puppy dog, or this guy was like a 6 PhDs in the world. Right.
Look, I don't even know like estimators in my attic, right?
Estimators in the attic.
Right.
That's what I gotta do. That's why I like business cards, so you just write where I make them.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise you don't remember and it's like,
Yeah, exactly. Did you see this? Yeah.
oh no, yeah.
They show you?
Looks pretty good.
I know, but it was like, it was a prank.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I'm saying it looks good.
Are you joking?
You don't think so?
Yeah, the video goes, I'm like, that's Photoshop. He's like, he does like a Photoshop video down too. I'm like, you do that.
No, you get the app. It shows the guy hair, no hair, beard, no beard.
Oh, that's right, that's
You
right.
got that stupid thing. You can make it look like a cat or a person.
Yeah, yeah. You got enough?
Yeah, sure. Look at that stuff. Stuff, yeah. I remember you mentioned it. Yeah, and then the slides, I guess, was like super awkward. Okay, here you go. Totally. Maybe I'll go down and ask you to see what the rest of yeah, like. Oh, you're BBC. You can come on. Yeah. off his mark it up really easy, and then add the other stuff that like manufacturing and whatever else with it, and the settlement just takes two months to pick it, down, and those two other rough things that you can put at the bottom of it, just make it easy, and let him justify it when he's got to come back. All right. Yeah, let's just do it that way. All right. How's everything else going? Two more jobs. Oh, good. You're selling already. Yeah, I sent. I'm going to be knocking out 270,000 of the game. I was knocking on the side too. We'll see. All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, but doesn't he know that? What? Doesn't he know that?
I mean,
People just. No, I wouldn't be. But no, I was like, I had to tell him. To the person. No, I'm not. Rudy broke my. Oh, yeah. She was at the, you know what I did? David, everybody on the citizen, so I got 4 stations. Yeah, we went, but not really. Right, so, listen, there's certain times you gotta be. Yeah. She's still bad. Yeah. She's still bad. I said, it's a good question. It's on the calendar. I said, it didn't come up with a reminder. But I was pissed at that. It's good, we had a good time. Yeah. Ray actually, but besides that one, I said, I did. And she said, then,
Okay, great. Well, we're in the final push, and we are going to have a fireside chat with Jennifer Manning and Haro Hartunian on the state of the market for cell therapy, led by Biocentric.
Thank you and good afternoon for joining us. We're really at the threshold of an extraordinary time in medicine, where science fiction is becoming science fact and where hope is being transformed into reality. Welcome to our fireside chat. It's my pleasure to introduce Haro Hartunian. He's a 30-year serial entrepreneur in biotech. His most recent company, Biocentric, was most recently acquired by Green Cross Holdings. He's going to be sharing valuable insights on the key trends in the cell therapy market today. So Haro, thank you for joining.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I had the privilege of joining Haro about a month ago, now their new Chief Commercial Officer. So we'll be working very closely to help bring these very potentially curative and incredibly hopeful therapies to market for our clients. Haro, please share with us what you feel are the key trends in the cell therapy market today.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the opportunity for this fireside chat. Well, cell therapy, as most of you guys have seen in the news, is the forefront of medicine now. I think the future of especially cancer therapy is within the advances in cell therapy, personalized medicine. Kymriah was one of the developed by Novartis, and other companies are developing more products into cell therapy. So the trend is, I think its future of the medicine is going to be autologous cell therapy or allogeneic cell therapy. Autologous cell therapy is when patients, they donate their blood, and the companies, they take the T cells, the immune cells, and isolate them, activate them, and grow them, and infuse it, genetically modify them, and then infuse it back to the patients, and hopefully to treat the cancer. And allogeneic cell therapy they use a super donor, somebody who's extremely healthy, and they, of course, manufacture that product and develop off-the-shelf product for treatment of cancer. So those two areas still, they need lots of work, advancement. There's many challenges the companies are facing, technical challenges, financial challenges. If you go back to 2020, 2021 time, cell therapy companies were so easy for them to raise funding. VCs, they were throwing money at them. Even with small amounts of data, the companies were able to raise $50, $60 million. Things have changed. The space is very crowded. Many companies now, they're looking for funds in the cell therapy. I think the inflation, volatility in the market, even right now, is affecting. Money has become very expensive. So the companies are struggling. I think things are getting better. I've been talking to a bunch of startups in the cell therapy. I think their VCs are starting to slowly invest, but there's so many companies out there, and that's a challenge. So we can talk about this further. I'm sure that you're going to ask me questions about partnerships and everything else.
Yes, absolutely. You know, despite the proven efficacy that you mentioned with Kymriah and others, we still don't see enough patients receiving the curative cell therapies. Yeah. What are the barriers to access that potentially the industry is overlooking?
Well, I think patient access is a key, I think, challenge that everybody is facing. If you look at most of the clinical trials are being done in major hospitals in Boston, California. So the rural areas, people that they live in far from those clinical trial places, they cannot go, they cannot even afford to go and participate in the clinical trial. So patient access is very important. I think there are many ways that you can address that. I think point of care approach that you can actually, companies are developing closed system, automated system that they can put in every hospital. And the patient, they can go and actually, get treatment at the same hospital. So technology is being developed. It's not there yet, but I think there are many challenges, regulatory challenges. So I think patient access is a major issue. The other part is that if you look at the cost, pricing for cell therapy product right now, I just read today that Vertex, with the CRISPR, the product, the FDA, December 8th, I think they're going to most probably approve that product. It's the first CRISPR gene therapy product, right? I did some Google search, and I found that the price per patient for one treatment between $1 to $3 million. And I don't know how people can afford to do this in the sickle cell disease, and insurance companies, how they're going to take care of that. So the pricing is very major issue for the patients in cell therapy.
Yes, absolutely.
Kymriah is like $350,000. Although Novartis, the way that Novartis made a deal was that the patients will go and get treatment, and if it works, the insurance companies will cover it. If it doesn't work, Novartis won't charge the patient. That's what I know. Again, I'm sure that things have changed, but it's a major issue, pricing. And I know why the pricing is high, but we can talk about that more.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a good transition. I was going to ask with regards to strategies of how to reduce cost and What types of partnerships are therapeutic developers looking at, whether it's large pharma partnerships or partnerships with CDMOs, contract development and manufacturing organizations such as BioCentric, and what role do you see the partnerships with large pharma and the strategies that these therapeutic developers are employing with regards to their outsourcing strategies?
All right. So if I quite understand your question, if the companies, they're struggling to raise funding. Today, the big pharma is actually a good place for them to go and partner. And AstraZeneca announced today with a French company, cell therapy company, that they're forming partnership. Other companies are Eli Lilly. Everybody is like putting money in innovative cell therapy companies. So that's one area that they're focusing, and I'm very involved, and I'm talking to a bunch of people. I think that's very good. As far as the cost to patient and higher cost, if that's the question, the future is that everything should be automated. Right now, the reason that Kymriah is very expensive because it's very labor intensive. It's very manual. It takes hours. Almost from the day that they do the leukapheresis, take the blood sample from the patient, to the day that they do the transplantation, it takes 1 month. And it's very labor intensive. I think the future should be fully automated, closed system, portable systems that you can house in hospitals or CDMOs like us, and then quickly manufacture this product. And I think there are now new technologies being developed. UPenn developed this 3-day, 1-day processing, which is kind of a novel, innovative way of reducing the time. So the cost can be reduced by doing that. Of course, partnership with the big pharma, they have more resources. They have more capital, more financial resources, more human resources, technical people, scientists. Of course, that partnership is extremely good for the startups. Not only to address their challenges, but also for, if they're successful, then the big pharma has all the commercial entities, infrastructure for the sales and marketing and everything else. So that's if they can come up with a partnership at the beginning, that would be very good for them.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think that for companies that are short on cash and under a lot of pressure to deliver, they've had to pick, right? They have a rich pipeline of programs, but limited cash to invest in those programs. So they really need to thoughtfully think about which assets they're going to move forward, which means a complete restructure of how they spend their cash. And one of the things folks did, a couple of years ago is want to take control of their manufacturing. And so they built a lot of internal capacity. Large pharma too, and innovators thought, hey, we're not going to outsource, we're going to build it ourselves. There was a lot of money, there was a lot of VC money. They thought, let's not outsource, let's own our own destiny. And what's happened is there's a lot of excess capacity now. So maybe if you could just speak to how the industry is dealing with the excess capacity on the market and the competitiveness now for those manufacturing suites, and how is that affecting businesses like BioCentric?
Yeah, very good question. I would never recommend, being in the industry for 32 years, the startups to build their own infrastructure, manufacturing facility. Don't you do that. It's a waste of money, time. Use your CDMOs. Make it as virtual as you can, and just save your money. Let's just go back to the COVID time and the pandemic time. As most of you guys remember, that there was a huge problem with the capacity. Everybody wanted to make the vaccine, and there was no capacity for the other companies to develop their products. So I actually started BioCentric before 2016, so before even pandemic. And the idea was at that time, now I can discuss that more, but at that time, capacity was an issue. So suddenly after the pandemic, we saw that everybody started building a CDMO. And CDMO is Contract Development Manufacturing Organization, for those of you guys that don't know about this. So they grew like mushrooms. So many CDMOs, everybody, even today, they're building it. I heard Bayer is launching another CDMO in California. Novartis, their facility, they convert to a CDMO in New Jersey. So everybody got involved in the CDMO. And suddenly, excess capacity. The companies that they wanted to utilize the CDMOs, they ran out of money or they couldn't raise money. So suddenly it's a domino effect, right? The VCs, investors are not investing in the small companies, startups. Startups, they don't have money to come and utilize the CDMOs, and all that capacity is empty now. It's terrible. Unless the market changes and these companies, they start having access to capital, then those capacity slowly will be filled. But there will be a lot of consolidation, in my view. I think that some of them are going to fail because they don't have any backing and funding to survive. And I think there will be major consolidation in the next couple of years in the CDMO business. But I think I wouldn't recommend any startup entrepreneur in cell therapy or any biotech company to build their own manufacturing facility or capabilities. It's not a good idea.
When you talked about building Biocentric 4 years ago, you envisioned, built, and launched it really truly to address unmet need, like you said, and intentionally entered the CDMO market with a differentiated value proposition. Even though there was a need for capacity, you still felt that it was important to make sure that the business you were building was going to be unique and different. Maybe you can share with the audience, how were you able to differentiate, and what has been the result of that differentiation?
Yeah, well, I mean, 2016, there was no problem with the capacity. I think the idea was, when I started thinking about this, was the fact that I was an entrepreneur. I started a company before Biocentric, and I raised a decent amount of cash. And I went to a big CDMO, and the company was very virtual. So I went to a big CDMO and asked them to repeat what we did in the lab and develop this product. Unfortunately, they were so busy, they were so big, and I was so small that they didn't pay attention to me. They put their third, fourth tier scientists, engineers to project. Eventually, they couldn't even repeat and reproduce what we did in the lab. So we ran out of money when we had to shut down the company, right? So when I was thinking about how can we overcome this, so all these big CDMOs, they're paying attention to the big pharma, the companies that they have deep pocket. And what about those small companies like me that we don't get that attention and service? So the concept of Biocentric was really to develop a kind of a boutique type of a CDMO that can provide a top first-class service to those startups that they have limited amount of money and resources, and help them to go to the next level, meaning get their proof of concept and hopefully get data, and then big pharma will come and acquire them. So that was the reason that Biocentric was created. Then we also, after the pandemic, as I mentioned, so many CDMOs, they started growing, and we felt that we got to come up with some sort of differentiation. And if you look at all this service organization, everybody will tell you that they have the best facility, they have the best people, they have the best quality system, they have the best for everything, and come and work with us. And I think, to me, as an entrepreneur and somebody who has built companies in the past, for me, the most important thing is time, cost. Those two things are very important. How fast I can get my data and how cost-effective I can get my data that I'm looking for. Of course, the other thing is that the management of the people, they have done this in the CDMO. Do they have a good management? And also stability of the CDMO. So I sold the company to a South Korean company, Green Cross, as a multi-billion-dollar life sciences. And And that's a major differentiation because we have the stability. They are always, if we are short of cash or anything else, they can infuse capital in the company. But more importantly, number 4 or 5, that differentiation is the track record. We have produced material at our facility that's being used for women with ovarian cancer, and 11 patients, they have been dosed. And that's a huge track record for a small startup CDMO to be able to make high-quality GMP material that's being used in clinical trials. Not many small CDMOs that are competing with us, they have done that before. So all those 5 factors are very important. So we always, when somebody comes to us, I always sit down with them and explain to them, listen, I know that time is very important to you. I know that money is very important to you. I get it. I will help you. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Those truly are differentiators, and one of the reasons why I was so excited to come and work with you.
Yeah.
Over the next 12 to 18 months, you talked about acquisitions, mergers, partnerships. One of the other trends is going to be regulatory approvals, likely to continue because of the curative and hopeful potential of these therapies. Patients and patient advocacy groups are going to continue to be a very strong and influential voice. When the sickle cell community hears that there's a new therapy that could be potentially curative with a CRISPR-based approach, they are certainly going to be very loudly opposing a $1 to $3 million price tag for those therapies. So, stay tuned for the influence and the advocacy that happens on the Hill and with the regulators and insurance companies to make sure that these therapies can be accessible to everyone. With regards to indications, you talked about cancer, but I think one of the interesting things with regards to cell therapy is they're now venturing into other therapies such as rare genetic disorders, autoimmune diseases, Parkinson's, and even infectious diseases. Maybe just in the last few minutes, can you just share with us where you see cell therapy in 5 years, 10 years?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think oncology is not only indications that companies are going, CNS and autoimmune disease, the Treg cells and TILs and all those areas, iPSCs, stem cells, the MSCs, all those cell lines. The companies are working very hard. I think, I see for the rest of at least my lifetime, I think autologous cell therapy, which is, again, the cell therapy for, you take the patient's blood and modify that and reinfuse back to the patient. Autologous cell therapy will be always there, personalized medicine. Allogeneic cell therapy, which is the off-the-shelf cell therapy, I think is the future. There are many challenges with that, but eventually, that's the only answer right now because it will reduce the costs significantly. Because we're all here working toward making sure that patients, they have access. Our family members, friends, they have all the options for the treatment. So reduction of the cost would be major factor. And allogeneic cell therapy, I think, would be the answer for now. Again, companies, big pharma companies, the insurance companies, they have to work together and make sure that, eventually they can come up with a way that the patients don't have to pay a lot of out-of-pocket. On the technology side, I think fully automated systems, I still believe that future is like we will have point-of-care systems that we can actually house portable systems that you can put in hospitals. And the patients will go and will be treated at the hospital like any other type of treatment at a very short period of time. They don't have to travel all over the world or from East Coast to West Coast or vice versa. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I think the future is very bright. I think, I believe that technology and medicine are working well together. And I think they're helping for the first time they're helping each other very, very cohesively and aligned with each other, which is very good.
Thank you. I agree with you. The future is bright, and it's incredible the amount of work and effort that's going into creating a healthier existence for all. We really do appreciate your valuable insights on the current cell therapy market landscape. I think, cell therapy represents remarkable potential of science and innovation to transform the future of medicine. As we explored these trends and really define this dynamic field, it's clear that cell therapy is not just a scientific endeavor, but a beacon of hope for countless patients and a source of immense excitement for all of us in this room, for researchers, clinicians, and investors. Before we close out, I believe we might have a few minutes to take questions. I know we're about up with time, but maybe just a couple questions from the audience for Haro. Anyone? Yeah?
How do you see CDMOs to reduce the dominance that we're talking about? How do you see CDMOs becoming invested in supporting these small-scale startups?
I think, well, I was just talking during the lunchtime with Jennifer. I said, companies, they don't have any money to come and use CDMOs. Is there any way that we can be creative? And there are a lot of CDMOs, they do a lot of things, like they take equity from the company and they say, I can do this for you, but when you get to the certain point, milestone, you pay me later, stuff like that. Of course, I think eventually companies are going to do something like that. As far as Biocentric is concerned, we're always open with variety of creative way of accommodating companies because, as I said, I'm an entrepreneur first and then CEO second.
And my second question was on allogeneic cell therapies, which you said are definitely going to be the future. How do you think, how do you envision cell product banking to be a part of a CDMO services?
Another good question. Well, cell banking is always part of it, although if I put my CEO hat, it's not a revenue-generating business. It's very small, and it's very time-consuming and taking a lot of capacity, if you want to focus on that. So we balance it. We at Biocentric, we do clinical production, we do process development, we do MSAT work. We also do cell banking too. So absolutely, cell banking is part of the every cell therapy project that we work on. So that's always comes with it. But separately also we do projects, cell banking projects separately, independently.
I just wanted to jump in on the first part of your question, or the first question of your dual question, which was regards to how do CDMOs like Biocentric support early stage companies. One of the things that I really liked about the Biocentric business model is being able to meet companies where they are. So knowing that folks have limited cash and they wanted to get into IND as quickly as possible, we developed platforms to help reduce timelines. We can get folks to IND in as short as 6 months versus the traditional 12 months. So expediting your timeline helps you preserve cash. We also have platforms such as LEAP, which you can use, pre-existing batch records and folks that have area of expertise in NK or MSC, where you really reduce the amount of training time. And also being able to provide a la carte services. So if you need analytical development services, process development services, you can start with us in those instances, and we don't require huge significant upfront payments and reserve capacity all the way through an engineering batch, for example. We, of course, have capacity available today where you can access our immediate tech transfer and right into GMP manufacturing. But smaller boutique CDMOs like us compared to larger global CDMOs do offer these flexible ways of engaging with the startup companies who need those flexible business models. So those are just a few examples to build on Haro's answer to your first question. All right, well, thank you very much for the opportunity. If you have any additional questions, we can meet you on a break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haro.
you so much.
Wonderful. Thanks, Sarah. Okay, terrific. That was great. This is one of the foremost new kinds of therapies that is being delivered today. Obviously, still very, very expensive. Only a few patients have access to it, but lots and lots of promise behind it. Now we're going to have a couple of our last lightning talks. We have the EDC here to talk about their tech-forward life sciences, supporting the advancement of technology in life sciences industry. Susan Rosenthal, the Senior Vice President of the New York City EDC. And you heard Mount Sinai Discovery and Innovation Center talking about their partner, Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and their new Center for Engineering and Precision Medicine. Deepak Vashit, Director of the Center for Biotechnology and Interdisciplinary Studies at Rensselaer, is here to talk about that. So two new developments that we'll learn about.
Nancy, I'm gonna move this over. So, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Nancy. On behalf of Mayor Eric Adams and the City of New York, thank you for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be here with you, our innovators, our developers, our ecosystem, and our leaders of the life sciences industry in this region. And I'm gonna take a few minutes this afternoon to share with you what we're seeing for life sciences in New York City and how that's evolving our approach to building this ecosystem in the near and long term. For those that don't know, the New York City Economic Development Corporation is the economic development arm of the mayor, and our role is to expand the city's economy with a focus on sectors that build on New York City's competitive advantages and will grow in the next decade and offer a spectrum of jobs and with good wages for a range of New Yorkers. And that's why we're excited to discuss with you the intersection of life sciences and tech and the huge opportunity it presents for New York City. But first, let me share the latest and some good news about our economy. Since Mayor Adams took office, the city has added 280,000 private sector jobs with over 118,000, which is 45.3%, added in healthcare. And we're at an all-time high for total number of jobs. And in fact, private sector employment is up 18,800 jobs from pre-pandemic levels, which, having gone through the pandemic with all of you, wahoo. And as the city's added 965,000 private sector jobs since April of 2020. And to quote our CEO, Andrew Kimball, this is a moment for celebration. Hitting these milestones demonstrates the resiliency of both New Yorkers and the city's economy. And we have a labor force participation rate that's 62.5%, and that's just shy of the record of all time, I think since the 70s, of 62.7%. And entrepreneurship, which is a cornerstone of New York City's economy, is back. This shocked me. 1 in 7 businesses in New York City has opened in the last 12 months. So we are on a rebound trajectory, and that is just a huge opportunity for all of us, for all industries, and in particular for life sciences. Great. We expect, well, why are we doing this? We expect life sciences in New York City to have an impact of $82 billion in economic impact over the next 10 to 15 years. And we're already seeing rapid success here. Life sciences employment has grown over 50% since 2017, from a workforce of 12,700 to 20,000. And that's even climbing more as we speak. This is in part thanks to leaders like you. And you are the stewards in advocating and growing this industry physically and in terms of building the ecosystem and connecting across the private and the public sector. Since 2016, LifeSci NYC has helped cement New York City's place on the map in life sciences and in biotech, and has created thousands of good-paying jobs through public-private partnerships. We have an initiative that's over $1 billion of investment in partnership with the broader city, and we're on track to unlock 10 million square feet of commercial life sciences spaces. That's everything from incubators to step-out space to translational R&D, and more, with space for over 1,000 companies, and we're over halfway there. We have over 500 companies to date, and hopefully that will unlock 40,000 jobs. With our investment, we're supporting nonprofit facilities to spur new research that translates into companies' jobs, medicines, and life-saving technologies. And we're investing in commercial life sciences spaces also at city-owned sites. I think everybody's aware of the Science Park and Research Campus that we're hoping to build in Kips Bay. This will transform Hunter College's Brookdale campus, bringing together the life sciences industry with CUNY, the Department of Education, with health and hospitals to create the first of its kind life sciences and education innovation hub. So stay tuned for more updates on that. I know everyone's eager to understand what's next on that. Stay tuned in the very near term to hear what's coming in the coming weeks for that. And we're also supporting developers in construction and programming of commercial lab spaces and incubators. And a couple of good examples of this, which I think a lot of the folks here are familiar with, is our collaboration with Deerfield to build The Cure in Kips Bay, and our collaboration with King Street Properties to build InnoLabs in Long Island City. And knowing these are opportunities that are of keen interest for the audience here, please reach out anytime to learn more about the specifics of our objectives, of our incentives, and the programs that we have to unlock spaces across the city. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about the tech sector specifically. I know that's adjacent and in some ways overlaps with life sciences, but I think it's important to have this as backdrop for the direction that we're heading with life sciences in New York City. New York City is the #2 global tech ecosystem, and in fact is #1 for tech startup creation. The GDP for tech grew 176% over the past decade, outpacing nearly every other economic sector, and 7% of the city's workforce is in tech. That's over 335,000 employees. As the tech industry continues to evolve, we're now seeing promising growth in sub-industries like artificial intelligence. New York City's AI companies received $21.4 billion in VC funding from 2018 to 2022. That's up from $3.8 billion in the previous 5-year period. That's 5 times the amount in that short span of time. And with 40,000 people in the New York City metro area with either AI or AI-adjacent skills, New York City is a global capital for AI. And so we're seeing the creation of the next generation scalable solutions and technologies. And again, this intersects quite significantly with industries like life sciences. So as we're seeing that relationship between life sciences and technology continue to strengthen, New York City has an opportunity to draw on its tech talent and scientific leadership to become a global leader in what we're calling tech-forward life sciences. So, technology is entering an exciting new era. It's powered by data, as I mentioned, artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, engineering, and more. This is leading life sciences R&D to shift incredibly in using more computation-based discovery models. Wet lab experiments are supercharged by machine learning and automation. Synthetic biology and artificial intelligence are helping discover new bio-based solutions to solve new climate, sustainability, and environmental challenges. And complex surgeries are now faster and more precise with the assistance of robots and augmented and virtual reality. Computational biology has already revolutionized the industry with the Human Genome Project, creating a clear genomic map and setting the stage for gene therapies and precision medicine, like what you were hearing in the previous session. Now, combine that with the advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning, that type of mapping and the discovery of new targets can happen rapidly with less and less error, and not only decrease risk, but make timelines faster overall and improve drug discovery. So we're expecting drug discovery with AI to grow to an industry of $12.7 billion by 2030. And not only will we see this economic impact, but more importantly, the integration of technology with life sciences will help find global and human solutions and be a force of acceleration in healthcare. And it's already happening here in New York City. I have to tell you, when we put this slide together, we had to kick stuff off the slide. We have too many things to fit into one slide, but we wanted to include a sampling of what's happening in New York City so that you can see the leadership forming, the translational research happening, and the future potential for tech-forward life sciences. And even within the past 2 weeks, we saw the news that the Chan Zuckerberg team is launching a biohub in New York City with Rockefeller, Columbia, and Yale. Very exciting. Mount Sinai and Pfizer are using AI and machine learning for higher efficiency of drug screening and customized trial identification. And Schrödinger has been a darling of New York City for some time, leading the way with analytics for drug discovery outside of traditional life sciences and material science and more. And I'm being followed in a few minutes by a partner of ours, Deepak, who will tell you more about the Rensselaer Center for Engineering and Precision Medicine. Again, a great example of leading the way in tech-forward life sciences. So this list goes on and on. Again, could not fit this on a slide if we tried. And these uses are really transforming healthcare and improving the lives globally, but also of New Yorkers. And so this is an observation we've had over the past year or so, that New York is showing a strength in tech-forward life sciences. And so we are evolving our strategy to make sure that we are making investments that are tech-forward as we move forward. But we need your help. And so we put out, at the end of September, a call for information to anybody. You could be a developer, you could be a scientist, you could be a workforce provider. We need your help defining the subsectors of tech-forward life sciences, identifying the opportunities and thinking about what that means for the investments we make, whether it's in infrastructure, in translational R&D, and in talent. And so we put this out a few weeks ago. The deadline for it is November 29th. And so we are looking to gather input from you to understand more how we can make this happen strongly for New York City. And so I'm putting up quickly a QR code so that you can take a quick snapshot and have the link to it. And again, please don't hesitate to reach out. This RFI will help us make this happen for New York City. We're already seeing it happen. Now let's lean into that and build the strength for the city. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to hand it to Deepak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by thanking Nancy for giving us an opportunity to talk about the center, and also to thank to all of you. We've just moved into New York. We feel the love, and it's great to come downstate from upstate, so appreciate that, that support. So a little bit about Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. It's the other engineering school on the East Coast. We've been the first engineering school in the US in 1824, we were established. We've been in New York before from the building of Brooklyn Bridge. That was our alums established that, and then we've been very involved with the infrastructure build-up. The other things, more recently, we've just acquired the first quantum computer of any American university or any world, the first university in the world to have a quantum computer. So what we bring here is engineering, and part of it, as this crowd very well knows, and Sue laid it out beautifully, that technology or engineering is an important contributor to the future of medicine. So we decided to come down to New York and partner with Mount Sinai, and the reason of partnering with Mount Sinai is it's such a diverse population database, which is rich for all approaches, whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, applying technology, to build on and seriously believing that cures should be for everyone. So we're very focused on an inclusive healthcare approach, and hence the focus on precision medicine, that it will be precise and as individualized as each different person is. So a little bit on what we are doing and what space we want to play in. So this is a interesting layout of the funding from NIH. First, what you see in red is displayed by disease area. So as you go from darker red to lighter red, it shows you how the investment has been put in by the federal government in this area. Brain disorders being the highest, infectious disease, cancer, regenerative medicine, then going to aging. But what is interesting, if you take the same dollars and split it by the approaches which this funding is going on, as expected, clinical research is a large share of it, which is 18 billion. But if you combine, then you look at biotechnology and biomanufacturing, which we've been talking about, the application, even NIH is recognizing and putting the same amount of money in these approaches to addressing health problems as it's putting in clinical research. So that was a game changer. I started, as an engineer, applying for NIH funding was very tough 25 years ago. They said, what are you doing in this space? This is medicine. And that dramatically changed, and that shows the openness of everyone coming together to look for new solutions. And so that's the space we want to play in, so we bring this bioengineering and biotechnology to human health. On the other side, you've all heard about the new agency ARPA-H, and ARPA-H is, again, looking at a DARPA kind of approaches to develop technologies which transcend and address a lot of chronic diseases and stuff, not specific to a particular disease case like the NIH, but applying it very widely to tools and technologies which will approach that. So that's the space sort of we are tying in and playing in that space with Mount Sinai. Now, these are our three focus areas within that, which are part of the intellectual core. We want to focus on neuroengineering, immunoengineering, reparative and regenerative medicine. The vision in each one is sort of laid out, and it all kind of goes in whether you want to develop a minimally invasive procedures and develop some neural circuitry in neuroengineering, or is it engineering the new immune system, or actually to produce on-demand personalized tissue for repair and regeneration. So these are three visions in three separate areas. And as each one, I won't go into the details, but you can see that in each case we are combining very interdisciplinary approaches, which is very much based in engineering to address that. So for example, in neuroengineering, we're looking at AI-driven robotic surgery, magnetic genetics in a way to address the issues which are bringing sort of a new angle to human health from that point. Similarly, when we talk about immunoengineering, we heard about the CAR T-cell therapy, but like looking at how do you design new immune cells, or in general engineer cells which can sense and dispense. So essentially I tell people that you have your diagnostic, your doctor, and your pharmacist all in one in the cell, that if you can inject in, they will do the diagnosis and then release out what is needed to bring it back to homeostasis. So that's part of our vision. How do you want to go forward in that particular space? And last but not the least, in regenerative medicine space, we want to focus on organoids. So you patient-derived stem cells. We are actually located at 619 West 54th Street. We're also partnering with New York Stem Cell Foundation. We put in a lot of focus on iPSC cells, but how then we use to develop organoid system. And Sarah Miller talked earlier this day in the morning. We're looking at how to combine different organoid system for brain organoids, bone, liver, and other things to have communication. So literally developing a virtual human out of the body and test all the drugs and drug therapy on that part, individualized to a patient. So that's part of the vision going forward in these three areas. We are hiring, bringing in jobs to New York City in all these areas. The center will start with 18 faculty, 9 from RPI, 9 from Sinai. They will have their lab spaces, postdocs. And one of the other innovative system aspect of this is that we are going to have a resident industry members who will be operating in the same space as the research is going on. So there we wanted to almost decrease the distance between the research and industry, so they work together side by side. So that's part of the vision of CEPM. The other important vision of CEPM is that we're developing a new PhD program. This has been submitted to New York State for approval. And this program is different from other engineering or any other programs as we think around the country, that we are not focusing on producing faculty. We are basically developing this program to produce future entrepreneurs. And so a person who does PhD level research, which we believe is required in medicine, they will go into that particular area and come out and want to have a startup. So the approach we are following is slightly different. So essentially, it involves engineering, which is process and product design, open-ended problem solving, combined with medicine, where the students will be looking at different case studies, attending grand rounds, and then focus on the three areas I talked about. So a little bit about the PhD program, because it's an innovative aspect. The first year, they will be trained upstate in New York on immersed in engineering, so they will live in that. They will live and breathe design and design different components, followed by training in entrepreneurship and commercialization. So RPI had a very successful set of courses called Inventor Studio courses, where a lot of companies have spun out of that in engineering space. So we're bringing that concept to medicine and have the students do biodesign, with Inventor Studio courses. So first year, they will know how to make products and how to basically problem solve. It will be followed by clinical rotation and shadowing at Sinai so they can identify unmet clinical need, and that's where their PhD starts. So we want translation to be a forethought, not an afterthought. So that's the very different, the program is flipped over than how it traditionally happens. And we are banking on that will produce entrepreneurs who will be here, and I'm so happy to see so many incubator spaces and stuff. So this will be a right environment for these future researchers and entrepreneurs to come out and operate and work in that space. So that's the other unique aspect of this program, which we're putting together. We also plan to have a development lab with CEPM, and here we want to bring a concept from product and having return of investment. So you see the typical layout that it starts with federal or industry funding, goes through the IP generation part, goes through concept development, refinement, technology validation, and all the way through translation. So that essentially we feel that New York City provides a very rich environment, and Sue cited out various aspects of it. This just shows like one snapshot of what VC investment is available in New York City, which is greater than $1.1 billion in the 3 areas we are targeting. So that's the reason also of focusing and being in New York City, because we believe that this is the right environment to be doing these things. And last slide here, I want to share with you our growth strategy. So in the CEPM Development Lab, we want to partner with Biotech Venture Fund and Biotech Pharma and Digital Healthcare Company, and I was happy to see different representation of these 3 areas here. The second one is to recruit and support resident industrial partners. We've actually recruited our first company before the labs have opened. The name is Cytogen. They work in cancer stem cell area. And they will be actually relocating part of their stuff from South Korea to here and moving to New York City and working very closely with Sinai in that space. We want to initiate a venture fund for transition of early inventions to commercial products, which will include enhancing the value proposition from start, because a lot of companies, they fail, they don't look at the value proposition. So the PhD program I described to you tells students how to look for value propositions, start from the start, and then they have 5 years to develop that throughout their PhD as they're going through. So they'll be better prepared going through. We also have a seed funding program where we want to seed and explore new territories, establish industry collaboration, and lead high-value research proposal, and we're going to be targeting some larger proposal with other partners in New York for the ARPA-H initiatives. We also, being in a traditional university, want to focus on promoting STEM outreach and education to New York City schools, because talking to our collaborators in Sinai, it turns out that engineering seems to be a big draw for underrepresented groups in science and engineering and technology, because this shows an easier path for financial stability. So we want to actually run weekend clinics for New York City schools in our centers so that they can come in and get interested in pursuing engineering and, more importantly, the intersection of engineering and medicine moving forward. We also want to bring some of our undergraduate students from RPI down here to expose them to New York City, different areas. We do have a large catchment area throughout the country, so we want to sort of bring them up and locate them here. We also have typical programs like All Engineering School on capstone design to come up with new products. So those students will also be coming in, and CEPM will be a launch pad for them here in New York City. I talked a little bit about our hiring. So we are hiring in these 3 areas. We are hiring for endowed chair positions. So we've essentially gotten an endowment to support a recruitment. So these will be senior people whom we are recruiting from other states to move to New York State and to New York City in that particular area. And we've actually closing down our first set of recruitment of 4 people on that particular space. And also there'll be a lot of opportunities for pre- and postdoctoral fellows. Been talking to some people here that we also want to do a industrial internship program for our PhD students who can rotate through various incubators and various initiatives, which are very well represented here in this symposium today. So that way we want to create an ecosystem and really be a partner on it, not to create something different. We want to be part of the solution and be there, not essentially compete, but collaborate at the same time. I'll stop here, and I think we're ready to take questions, both Sue and I. If you have questions for either one of us, please go ahead.
Deepak, all I heard was opportunity from that, of essentially seeding the future next Moderna, the future next Celgene, right? I just see that in the science, the engineering that you're bringing to the table. So really congratulations on opening and bringing this talent in.
Well, thank you. I want to mention with various initiatives you have supported over the years, so we certainly want to be part of that and come into the space and work with everyone. Let's see.
Great. Questions? Nancy.
So one of the challenges that I've heard as I've spoken to a variety of pharma companies that have been in the New York marketplace is how to actually collaborate with the New York institutions. You know, scientists and doctors in these institutions are very busy. They're focused on their own research. They have all of their internal procedures. And so as you, an engineering school, think about coming into New York and partnering with a school like the Icahn School of Medicine, what are you doing to make sure that those procedures are facilitated in a way that your researchers are going to be able to interact with other researchers and really be creative and inventive?
So excellent question, Nancy, and we had that from our board of trustees also asking that what is your strategy for collaborating and how do you think it's going to work? So we've actually partnered with Sinai from 2013. So we've been doing a remote collaboration, and together RPI and Sinai have generated $80 million of shared funding over these 8 years. So we've taken lessons from that. So what are those lessons, right? The first one being is that the seed program really works. So we seeded a program where one of the PI needed to be from RPI, the other one from Sinai. And it turned out that we made a call for proposals. We could only fund 6 of them. We got 31 applications. And the ones we didn't fund actually continued on their own. So then both the institutions decided that we don't need to give seed funding every year because the other ones who put a proposal together will find a way to do things together if you can do that. Second one was holding combined symposium on different areas where we bring people together for like what you've done here, that it generates that. And the third one, which was I think the most important one, is students are the glue which hold things together. So we have this shadowing and clinical rotation. So PhD students who are very focused, they're going from one institution to the other and actually participating in grand rounds. They're also participating in following the clinician, what we call the shadowing program. So they identify the problem and they will tell PIs that, hey, we want to work together with this, this, and this. And the PhD committee also actually have an entrepreneur who she or he will be the part of the PhD committee. So that translational component is there. And then students also do what we call industrial internship or rotation. And the idea is for them to do 20 hours per week in the summer as a rotation. And I've talked to some of the exhibitors here at like the bio labs, for example, and others, that Kent students and J Labs are also wanting to partner with this with us, that the students will actually be available at no cost for the startups to work over the summer. So again, if there is an interaction between the startups, so we want to glue that together. So I think students are one of the big important component of the program. So the uniqueness of the program, at least we feel, is a PhD program, which brings these people together.
Just piggybacking on that question, what is your strategy in terms of binding or gluing the PhD program to translating by de-risking technology operations from a business school standpoint, because that is the component I saw missing in the entire presentation.
So I quickly went over it. Our Biodesign and Inventor Studio program is very much based on the I-Core NSF strategy, where they're identifying, going and interviewing 100 people. And in this case, they are interviewing the patients, the healthcare providers, the startups, and the patients, and clinicians, obviously. And based upon that, they're identifying unmet clinical need, and then developing what they call as, key value propositions, and doing an hypothesis testing against the market data to see whether it will work or not. So we have a New York State funded life science entrepreneurship program with Mount Sinai already. So that becomes the leverage of these two courses. And this happens in the first year of the PhD program, not in the last year. So currently, the center I lead at upstate, we do this program towards the end of the PhD program because we felt that once the students know what they're doing, they will go and look into the market. But what happens is they realize that they have not done a critical experiment to develop a minimum value product. And then it becomes too late because that becomes the gap for them to translate. But if they do that in the first year, they will be able to do that critical experiment or set of experiments during their PhD. So translation will be easier.
And if I could add on to that, several years ago, we launched a program called Entrepreneurial Lab NYC because that capability for the scientists wasn't as evident to us. A very successful program, many great leaders that have come out of it. I'll cite Cressalon as a great example. Joe Landolino was part of the program. I think Carlo, you might be here somewhere, you were here earlier, was part of that program. Many entrepreneurs have spent time with that are scientists. But the reason I bring it up is not because of that program, but actually what we've observed over the last few years is that the institutions like RPI are now putting this programming in place as part of their PhD programs and as complement for their postdocs even after their PhD programs. So Columbia, NYU, I think of the Endless Frontier Lab program with their business school. Columbia also has a program with their business school as well. But also not just with the business school, but for those postdocs to complement their scientific training with the market training and the entrepreneurship. So that's something that's very different than 10 years ago. And I think will also, not every PhD can go on to become faculty. In fact, the vast majority do not. And so now knowing that opportunity is there and knowing the demand is there from the scientific students, these institutions have put these programs in place. Memorial Sloan Kettering has it, Rockefeller has it, many do. So that will lead to more of that skill set that will help those companies then survive and thrive. And I think we're out of time. One more question, and then I think we have to wrap.
So we'll be leveraging NICEF, so we're working with them very closely on that part. And we had a talk on cell therapy. We're also looking, so they have developed it for iPSC, induced pluripotent stem cell. We want to use the same approach for batch manufacturing, looking at cell and gene therapy so they can be individualized for patients.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So we are going to wind up with 2 incubators, very exciting stories this afternoon. One is the New Jersey Bioscience Center that is run by Lindsay Harcum, who actually used to be part of the EDC here and is now the director of the New Jersey Bioscience Center. One of their companies that is from New York City, Linus Bio, led by Manish Arora, founder and CEO, will give a talk, followed by Vishal Bhuyan, who is the CEO of Annika Biosciences. He was here last year to share his experiences about founding Annika. This year, he's here to talk about a new incubator that he's actually launching in Annika's space called Cultured Colonies. And I think it'll be music to all of your ears. Certainly many of the startups that are in the city looking for lower cost space, and it's located at Industry City, so we welcome them.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Harcum. I'm the director of New Jersey Bioscience Center. This is a 300,000 square foot biotech research park, 50 acres in North Brunswick, exit 9, just 30 minutes from the Holland Tunnel. And we have space for virtually all types of companies. We have an incubator. It's with subsidized rent. We have 5 buildings in total, 1 under construction. Building 5 that you see there is actually under construction. We have space for companies that can start in the incubator and then continue to grow within the research park. So it's not unusual that we have a company start in the incubator and then they graduate. They have to graduate in 5 years or less, and then they will then expand and grow into the step-out labs. We also have other space. We've had actually an example where a company grew from 1 lab within the incubator, slowly took over building 2, with 15,000 square feet, and then Ascendia is the name of the company, and then they went to 60,000 square feet. They took over the whole entire space. So it's quite a nice community, and we have 38 companies in total there, about 18 of which are in the incubator. Now, the incubator is known as Incubator at North Brunswick. It has 27 private labs, and we have quite a number of interesting companies in there. We have a Cornell Medical School spin out there called Sonda RX. They're in the ophthalmic space. We have an oncology company called Delve. They're have in-licensed technology from WashU. The founder of GeneWiz started her company, GeneWiz, over 20 years ago within the incubator itself, and then she sold it for quite a bit of money in 2018, came back with in-licensed technology from Yale, and is operating out of the incubator again. And of course, since we're only 3 minutes from Rutgers, we have a couple of Rutgers spinouts as well. But I think one of the more exciting incubator tenants within the facility is Linus Bio. It's a spinout out of Mount Sinai. And Linus has raised quite a bit of money in a short period of time that they've been within the incubator. And here to discuss the company is Dr. Manish Arora. Manish is Vice Chairman of the Department of Environmental Medicine and Public Health at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. And he is the founder and CEO of Linus Bio. So, Manish?
Thank you, Lindsay. Let's see if this works. Okay, good. First of all, working with Lindsay, being in that New Jersey Biosciences space has just been an absolutely fantastic experience. We've had all the support we need, and I'm very glad that we ended up there. So as Lindsay said, the company is Linus Biotechnology. It's a company based in precision exposome medicine. Now, I suspect exposome is not a term that everyone is familiar with, so I'll start off by briefly introducing the basic scientific philosophy behind our company. This graph was generated by a colleague of mine several years ago. Essentially, it shows that not all diseases can be adequately explained or addressed by using genetic tools alone. And more we are coming to recognize this. However, when you compare that message with this slide, most of our investment has still been in genomics. So there's this imbalance. We invested about $1 trillion over the last 20-odd years, and it's been primarily in genomics, while many diseases don't exist and cannot be addressed through that realm. So this is what I like to call the next $1 trillion question. What lies beyond genomics? And the answer to that question, at least for me, is the exposome, which is a relatively new concept. I am one of the co-founders of the first institute on this scientific field at Mount Sinai, and Linus Bio is a spin-out of that institute. So we're studying all the environmental factors and your biological response to that, but that's a heavy lift. And the reason that's a heavy lift can be seen by the unmet need. If you think of all of these neurological disorders, some of these gut disorders, how are they diagnosed? How are the clinical trials done for these conditions? Many of you would be surprised to know that autism spectrum disorder, which impacts 3% of all children in America and worldwide, is diagnosed on a questionnaire. Anyone who's had a colonoscopy while you were lying there, you should be thinking, why can't I just get a blood test like I do for diabetes? The answer for that question is a huge technological burden and an obstacle that took us 19 years to overcome. I just want to convey that when I say we have overcome it, it's not just I who's saying it as a co-founder. We have FDA breakthrough designation for one of our autism biomarkers. It's the only biomarker in the world that can detect autism as early as birth. So this is our technological innovation. From a single strand of scalp hair, we generate the same amount of data as that would take 500 to 1,000 blood samples. So that is just a massive amount of omic data. I like to say that most omic platforms just measure many, many things, but we measure many, many things at many, many times. Compare what I'm saying to blood tests. You see those two red dots? That's all you have. You don't know what happened before or after. That was a clinical trial. You're surrounded by black boxes. I'm going to show you some real data. That's 2,000 time points for that one molecular marker, all from a single strand of hair, collected at home, sent without any storage conditions. During the pandemic, that was a huge advantage because you're not going to come into a medical center to give blood if your child has autism, because that, even on a good day, is a very difficult prospect. Whereas during the pandemic, it carries huge risk. So we are a platform technology. We're not a diagnostic. We have 2 pharma contracts, 2 phase 2 trials. One we have completed on a microbiome outcome, not a neurological outcome. We've tripled our revenue. We're on track to make $3 million this year, about $6 million next year. And we have a very healthy patent portfolio as well. So here's just some highlights. Novozymes is one of our pharma partners, and we've just finished a phase 2 trial. We're negotiating the next stage. We've got some media coverage on our new autism test, which, as I said, is the first in class, only test that can detect autism as early as birth. And we've received FDA breakthrough designation. So things are going fairly well for us. The overall mission of this new field of precision medicine, what is my mission as a parent, as a public health professional, as a founder, is to create this win-win situation. Because the inefficiency is killing our medical system when it comes to neurological disorders, whether it's autism or it's Parkinson's or it's Alzheimer's. We are just not doing as well as we are in other fields. I always come back to diabetes. We're doing a lot better there. Our patients will be better off because we can give them the correct answer non-invasively and much faster and much cheaper. Our clinicians are better off because they have a tool that helps them make a much better decision than just a questionnaire. And our payers are going to be happy because, hey, this is faster, more accurate, and way, way, way cheaper. It currently costs you about $5,000 in 3 days of your own time to get your child fully evaluated for neurodevelopmental disorders. Imagine if you live 5 hours from New York City. Imagine the extra cost in lost income, travel, and everything else. We can do that for a fraction of the cost while you never leave your house. But lastly, we're not just addressing the problems of today. We're working with pharma companies to come up with new drugs and new compounds so that we can find novel therapeutics using this platform. And this is the model. Our own hardware, which we have developed, and our data science doesn't care where the hair came from, whether you're a newborn with potentially autism, you're a 60-year-old with ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease, or you're somewhere in between with psychosis and schizophrenia. In fact, we are doing preclinical studies on mice where we cut the whisker, and the platform really doesn't care whether it's a human hair or a mouse whisker. We can identify specific pathways, and we work with our pharma partners to go and link those pathways to their existing compound library. So we can say, look, you already have a drug there that can be used for this condition that you never knew that drug could be useful for. Kind of like the Viagra story or the Ozempic story. You don't have to rely on luck anymore. We can do that for you. I'll go through this fairly quickly. I mentioned most of this. We are almost on track to complete our FDA pivotal study. We've already completed the study on 2,000 patients. We've raised $17 million in Series A through Bow Capital and Great Point Ventures, both very good venture groups. And while the markets are tough, I'm very proud to say that we just raised $8 million in a Series A2 funding with a 30% increase in valuation just 2 months ago. So while startup markets are really tight, we're bucking the trend and we're doing fairly well. I'll stop there. Please reach out anytime. And again, shout out to Lindsay for being such a good host and supporting our growth. Thanks.
Vishal?
Thank you. So we've had an interesting journey. My name is Vishal. I'm the CEO of Anika Biosciences. We're actually focused on synthetic biology and ag tech. So we make products for food safety. So that's what Anika does. But I know we're here to talk about lab space and real estate. So for us, unlike a lot of people in this room, we didn't need the level of lab space that's being developed currently in New York City or in the surrounding areas. For us, when we came out of NYC Bio and raised venture funding, that was just all sort of out of our price range, and we wanted to focus on getting to market quickly, right? So for us, sort of time to market is a lot shorter than a therapeutics company, and we really wanted to allocate capital there. So we ended up building our own sort of really small BSL-1 space at Industry City in Brooklyn back in 2018 when we launched. And over time, we've moved 2 or 3 times, having to shift and build more space. And again, this is just BSL-1 space, so just benches and some pretty standard microbiology equipment. But over the pandemic and over the last 18 months, we decided to take out 27,000 square feet at Industry City. And with the help of EDC and Industry City, we fitted out quite a large BSL-2 space. And we were able to do that for considerably less than what a lot of other lab spaces are being built at around the city. And we didn't really cut any corners. It's fully equipped. It's just really targeting kind of a different type of customer. So we really built it for ourselves. And as a result, we said, look, basically, and somebody had mentioned this on an earlier panel, you're getting a lot more sort of economies of scale, so to speak, by taking out that much space, because even building out 5,000 square feet or 10,000 square feet with that level of air handling, it's pretty much the same thing. So in this new space, which opens up next month, we've got CGMP biomanufacturing, again, full BSL-2. We've got private breakout rooms, again, in a fully equipped microbiology lab that's around 10,000 square feet. And so for us, Anika itself doesn't take up all of it. So we decided to launch a co-working space just in our own facility. And so we call that Cultured Colonies, and we're renting out on sort of the per bench model. And what's interesting is not only are we looking at sort of companies that are, let's say, seed to Series A, even Series B, depending on what they're doing, we can help them scale their product with our manufacturing, and we can even help them commercialize their products and get to market through Anika. So we're sort of taking this approach that, especially in the field of synthetic biology, like there's a big gap among both the lab space and then the support and the infrastructure around it. And so we think it can be sort of more than just a regular incubator, but a place that you can get lab space, sort of swap ideas, but also get the hand-holding through regulatory approvals, because we've dealt with the FDA, the USDA, get help with manufacturing and scaling your product, and helping raise capital as well. So we open next month, as I mentioned, and we're really excited about the new space. We think that we're addressing a real gap in the market. And with all of this sort of Class A space that's being developed, it's really ignoring a lot of the venture-backed companies that are spinning up and growing quite fast that happen to be in sort of biotechnology in a general way, but are really kind of paving their own path, and they need space that's sort of dedicated for them. Yep, so please come find me during the drinks or reach out, and happy to talk more about it.
Thank you, guys. guess we can open it up to questions. I guess the first one I would have is for Manish. How close are you to market approval for this?
That's a good question. So we have FDA breakthrough designation for our autism biomarker, and we've submitted our data to the FDA for another biomarker for Lou Gehrig's disease. We're going to have CLIA and LDT by the end of this year or early Q1 next year. So I would say by Q2 of next year, we're ready to roll out. We already have a group, a major hospital system that wants to use our test for almost a statewide program. So they're waiting for us to get that LDT signed off. We just signed a $4 million contract with the University of California for a clinical research testing. So again, we are testing patients, but these are under a research setting, not a clinical diagnostic setting. So we're already revenue generating, and of course, I mentioned the pharma contracts as well.
Right.
Yeah.
And before we open it up to other questions, I do have a question for Vishal regarding your build-out costs. We're building out a new building right now that's already wet lab ready, shell space, and the additional build-out is probably closer to $450 a foot, maybe more, starting with some pretty good space. How are you doing it at $75 a foot?
To be honest, there's a couple of different things. We just got really creative, right? So some low-hanging fruit. The lab equipment that we source is coming, a lot of it's brand new, kind of top of the line, but we're being very strategic about how we acquire that. Unfortunately, this has been a really brutal down cycle, but that's left a lot of opportunities to basically acquire assets and lab equipment from other spaces. We were able to get creative in terms of things like chem hoods, just little things here and there really add up. I mean, we basically started with raw industrial space, put up the HVAC, which is our biggest cost. So we've got the proper air handling, but that's really it. It was like little corners here and there. And if you think about it, I think a lot of the developments being built, I mean, they're huge campuses, right? So for us, we're converting individual floors, and we can retrofit them pretty inexpensively. The equipment's just one big kind of component there.
That's amazing. And then on talent, I got to put my New Jersey hat back on, despite my interest in what you're doing over there in Sunset Park. You've only been within New Jersey set up for about 8 or 9 months now. And how was the talent acquisition from the local community?
It's been surprisingly good. I mean, we're right next to Rutgers there. Johnson & Johnson is there, Boehringer Ingelheim, Novo Nordisk is not that far away. I would say in the last 9 months, 6 to 8 people have joined us from New Jersey. Although I'm sitting in New York, I have to say some of my New York-based colleagues have now moved over the river to Jersey City, and they're enjoying the cheaper rent, or at least a bigger apartment for the same rent.
When I did that, they called it a defection. You leave Manhattan.
Yeah, I stay in Westchester County. I've been loyal. Yeah. I pay those high taxes for the same potholed roads that haven't been fixed for the past 10 years, but that's okay. One day. It's been very good. I have to say that we've just been surprised by how much good talent we are getting, even in areas where we thought, well, that will be a West Coast thing like data science and software. We found local people there. That's been great.
Right. Questions from the audience? Nancy?
Okay, the reason was twofold. One was because we are a patient testing company, there are CLIA and LDT requirements, and there was a huge backlog in New York that would have just taken about 18 months, and New Jersey's process is just much more streamlined. So there was a statewide advantage. Secondly, there were the facilities we saw at New Jersey Bioscience Center, For the amount of space we needed, we're already 5,000 square feet of space. We've more than doubled our footprint there since we moved in there. And that flexibility is very important to us. And also the economic side of things, that rent there is much more accessible to a startup with our limited funds. And I know I can expand without having to leave and build a completely separate lab down the street or somewhere like that.
Great, thank you.
I have a question for Vishal. Hey, hi. So you mentioned that you're going to create this path for commercialization for the startups through Anika Biosciences. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, so an interesting thing about Anika and what we do is actually we sell our biotechnologies through an insurance platform, basically. So the way to think about this is we sell farmers insurance policies, and we basically say, look, if you use our technology, you can get a lower rate on food recall contamination insurance, for example, or different types of yield insurance. I mean, we're looking at everything from livestock to cargo. And so we've partnered with really big insurance companies to basically incentivize adoption of our technology. And that's really helpful because you end up selling something that these customers that have very low margins understand, as opposed to trying to educate them on genetic engineering and this really complex biotechnology that we're developing. So basically our idea, and one of the reasons we developed this whole incubator space, is companies working in similar fields, we can help sort of plug them through that same insurance platform and get traction for them much faster. And then again, just on site, scale their product and get to market. I mean, so that's been a sort of a ulterior motive to having our own incubator, which is we can look at different things like citrus greening disease or other types of products or types of risks in the commodities world, and say, how can biotechnology that the little groups are working on, how can we apply that technology, mitigate the risk, and basically sell this type of insurance product. So.
Other questions? Okay, with that, thank you.
Okay, so for the last part of our discussion for the day, we're going to wrap up with the chairs of our leadership committees. So as Mitch opened the meeting, thanking our corporate members. Our corporate members are really the mainstay of our organization. They help sustain us throughout the year, not only from their membership dues, but also from the sponsorships that they give us for a variety of the activities that we pursue. Our leadership committees are volunteer committees for people who are interested in getting more involved in the industry and taking more of a leadership role in some of the areas that are really necessary to move the industry forward in New York. So we have Joe Bolano, the Managing Director of Collier's Healthcare and Life Sciences Group, who is currently co-leading our Institutions Committee. Chris Horch, who you met on the ad earlier, the Associate Partner of JB&B, who heads the Life Sciences Committee. Chris Stoddard, Partner at NEAD Architects, who runs the New York City Subclusters Committee. Aaron Stoltz, Environmental Health and Safety Manager from Triumvirate, who helps to run the Regulatory Committee, and Brad Todd, Life Science Project Executive for Shawmut Design and Construction, who helps on the planning side. And we couldn't do our work without them, so we thank them. And they're here just to report on their activities for the year and tell you a little bit about what they'll be doing next year.
You're on the end there.
I figured that.
Should I start?
Yeah, you
Okay.
go first.
Hello, everyone. As Nancy said, Joe Bolano. I am with Collier's Project Leaders. We are the owner's rep project management arm of Collier's International. Mostly responsible for managing the New York office and wearing my second and really my most important hat, which is the healthcare life science work that Collier's does. So I don't know if we want to go through and introduce each other, and then we'll tell a little bit about our committees.
Sure. Chris Wirch with JB&B Consulting Engineers. I am a mechanical engineer by discipline, but dabble in all things MEP-wise. We are institutional and developer life science design engineers, and we also work in the academic and commercial office space and other areas, but my focus is really on the developer and institutional life sciences.
I'm Chris Stoddard with NEAD Architects, Associate Principal, and I lead our commercial group. NEAD, we have a 60-year history of practicing architecture here in New York and around the world. With that, we have longstanding history of designing labs, especially here in New York, and I'm part of the New York Sub-Cluster Committee.
Hi, everybody. My name is Erin Stolz. I work for Triumvirate Environmental as a Senior Environmental Health and Safety Manager. Triumvirate Environmental is an environmental services firm. We provide environmental health and safety solutions, predominantly in the life science and healthcare space here in New York City. So that can include assistance with regulatory compliance from the build, moving towards maintenance with different regulatory codes that exist federally, state-based and locally. More recently, we've been really working to partner with more commercial real estate ventures to help in the build and to provide some guidance and insight that we've seen as challenges with some of our clients previously when they did not bring in an environmental health and safety partner.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Brad Todd. I'm a project exec with Shawmut Design and Construction. If you're not familiar with us, we are a national builder. My role at Shawmut, working out of our New York office, is to help grow our life science industry here in New York City and throughout the Northeast Corridor through New Jersey and Philadelphia. Thank you.
Great. So a little bit about each of our committees. So our committee, which is the institutional committee, is really a combination of two committees that came together not that long ago, made up of the academic committee and the healthcare committee. So I chaired the healthcare committee with Rose from Novak from Gensler, and Raquel was running the academic. The three of us now kind of co-chair the committee. And so we had two really mission statements that were developed by each of the committees and have come together to really work on one mission statement. I think it's important that anyone who's on our committee and feels that this is a committee for them, that they have some sense of drive of what the ultimate goal is. We, of course, always support Nancy's work in the larger committee, but we really want to bring value. We don't just want to meet as much as we like each other. So much of our committee is, the conversations in recent times have been about merging those two mission statements and what we bring to it. So we want to really create a knowledge base that informs the academic research world and draws from them the work that they're doing, the challenges that they see in the world of life science, and a bit about the real estate component of it that many really don't understand because they're not in that world. If you're a researcher, if you're in an academic institution doing some great research, that's your focus. That's your mission statement. It's not necessarily how that intersects with the real estate, the built environment, but ultimately you're going to end up there. And so we really want to understand from them a bit about their world. And on the healthcare side, we really want to also understand what drives the research for them. As you know, most of the research comes from an outcome or an event on the healthcare side. So what brings them to the table and understanding a situation, a disease, or something that's important enough for them to invest in the real estate, the research component, and how do they bring that to the academic world, and how does that come together? So we've had some great conversations about all of that. Our committee meets fairly regularly, although recently less because we've been joining the two committees on Thursday mornings. We're respectful of the fact that people have other jobs, so we try to meet around 8:45 or so for about half an hour on Teams. We have had some conversation, and we just had one in the green room, which isn't that green, by the way, about having in-person meetings. I think is a huge dynamic. We all agreed to that, just to meet in person. So our committee has had some conversation about meeting once a quarter in person at someone's office. The ability to have that dialogue without figuring out who's on mute and who's not on mute, I think is really important. And so we're pushing hard now after this symposium to get back into a routine where we meet regularly. We bring some purpose to the committee, hopefully some deliverables back to Nancy and the greater group. So if you're interested in it and you want to partake, we're happy to have a conversation with you. And if you need to, just sit on one of the committee meetings. And if it's something that sort of rings to you, then we can have a further conversation.
Thanks, Joe. So I'm on the Life Science Committee. I co-chair it with Doug Gonzalez. And this will be my 4th year, I think, on that committee. We've had a couple of lives as we've gone through. Life science is a very broad terminology, as we are here. And the original mission from 6 years ago when New York City Builds Bio Plus, and I can say that still, right? It was New York City Builds Bio Plus then, was founded, was about educating the developers and educating the city about life sciences and what it really meant and what it really took to build and install and then occupy. And so our committee originally started with that mantra in mind and that mission. And so we started with the education side of things and the build side. So we put together a flyer for the developers of what your building could be if you wanted to redevelop it into life sciences and what attributes you would need on a very high level in order to even think about it being considered. And we did the same thing with the tenancy side, incubators coming out of that lab, that bench, and they need more space and they're getting serious funding, but they don't understand the construction, the occupancy, how to get into a build, what all the funding would be and things of that nature. So we actually put together a pair of flyers for the developer and for the incubator or scientists coming out of their initial programming and into larger builds. And so that was relatively successful. So we continued the mantra there and we started data collecting, and we collected all kinds of information on buildings that were being retrofit or built out of the ground for life science purpose and occupancy. And we put together data in terms of the neighborhoods and the specs for the MEP design, structure, things of that nature. And so we have a database now of the major buildings in New York City for that is available for tenants or other folks just to get an idea of what comparisons you can have on the building side. And so this year we decided that we've taken a hard look at the actual construction and actual attributes of buildings and things of that nature, and it was time to revamp the committee and kind of change the mission statement and go back to our soul, why we're here, the education portion. So for the next year, the mission is going to be about educating, and it's going to be educating the high schoolers, the college students, the recent grads, and things of that nature, and all things life science, and really pushing that next generation and pushing that agenda that life science and science technology is rooted in New York City. You don't need to go anywhere else other than New Jersey or Westchester and other areas in the surrounding, but you don't need to go to Boston. You don't need to go to North Carolina. You don't need to travel away from our epicenter. So the next iteration of this is going to be outreach and education from that standpoint of all the great things that the life science community within our area has to offer, and hopefully spur that next generation of scientists and things of that nature. So if you're interested in that kind of thing in education, we meet on Wednesdays. It's usually once a month in the afternoon. just like Joe said, we're revamping a little bit, but we want to start getting into in-person and then start pushing that mantra and getting out in front of those other folks.
Great. I'm part of the New York Subcluster Committee, and the zeitgeist of our committee is to understand the greater complexity of the New York City life science ecosystem, and it builds upon a project that we started at NEAD a number of years ago, pre-COVID, where we started to map the life science ecosystem across New York City to understand how some of the several projects we've designed in the city fit into that ecosystem. And it resulted in what we call the New York City BioArc. And the BioArc starts up at Montefiore and Einstein, goes into Columbia Medical Center, Manhattanville, East River Science Park, and it goes down what we call Academic Alley, down First Avenue, where we have all the great medical research institutes, down to NYU. Then it goes across to Hudson Research Center, with spokes going out to Long Island City, Southern Brooklyn, where all those great incubators reside, and then over to Jersey City. And what our committee has done is kind of taken the study to the next level to really understand neighborhood by neighborhood, subcluster by subcluster, and see, number one, what institutions are attracting tenants in development, what are the unique attributes to each neighborhood. New York City is so diverse. Beyond its research institutions, we look at adjacent tenants. We're looking at tech. Again, Susan spoke really good to the synergy and unique nature of New York City between tech and bio-life science, access to transportation, amenities, things that tenants look for when they want to start their company here in New York City. So you could have a company that does a lot of work with medical institutions. They would reside on that First Avenue corridor. You could have a company that is drawing a lot of executives or talent from New Jersey. They may reside and focus at West End Labs, and so on and so forth. So we meet on a regular basis. We were supposed to meet today. Unfortunately, we had this event. And it's a good group of people. We also talk about what's happening within New York City in terms of the moment, development, what the city is doing to help advocate for more life science and a more robust platform for life science in New York City. I reside on the Real Estate Life Science Advisory Board, which is a real estate task force put together by the EDC, again, to make it easier and remove obstacles for life science development in New York City. And we've also been advising on some of the upcoming code changes. So there's a lot of good, strong momentum, and the city is working really hard to establish this very strong platform to encourage companies to come here, grow and thrive, and be a part of our ecosystem here in New York.
Thank you. So I sit on the board of the regulatory committee. And so what that looks like is providing a mission to allow for more clear and concise guidance for all of the key stakeholders in this mission, right? So making sure that there's clarity on what's necessary, instructions to provide guidance to accelerate life science in New York City and otherwise. So just kind of high level, we do meet on a monthly basis. It's not always as structured as Thursdays at 8:45, but it does happen every single month. And we were able to get together in person at the Metropolis group this summer, which was phenomenal. Good to put, a face and personality behind everyone on the team screen. So that was really insightful. I think we got a lot of momentum from that group. So what we're looking for always in the regulatory committee is different points of view, different expertise, folks that have different insight on what we can do to push forward that momentum from a regulatory standpoint. As was mentioned, the zoning changes that were in draft and I believe published this past Monday, it has established for more clarity for real estate developers to think about what they can and cannot do. So specifically, it removes some of the more specific structure around zoning, so removed language like medical laboratory, dental laboratory, and created a more broad category, which is newly housed in use group 7. So we can speak to that a little bit if you have any follow-up questions during the reception. But again, the goal is to provide more of a playbook for developers so they understand those limitations as well as the allowances for the building code, the fire code, ventilation, plumbing, and otherwise. Other initiatives we're working on in the regulatory committee is helping to streamline the process for certificates of occupancy and certificates of fitness for the FDNY. The process right now, not always, but can take between 4 to 6 months. That's a huge timeline, especially for startups. And so we're looking to expedite that. In doing so, we're bringing in a partner from the FDNY, Brian Cardasco, who's going to be joining one of our meetings before the year's end. So that's really exciting. We're going to speak to the pain points that we're all experiencing there and hope to improve upon the efficiency. And finally, other kind of items that have come up, utilizing the Cure building with Deerfield as kind of a case study for a real success, not just from the commercial real estate standpoint, but moving forward with regulatory goals, bringing in a lot of key partners, regulatory EH&S partners, but also filling that space with tenants, with the up-and-coming incubator space, Advancium Health Network. So really exciting kind of case study there. And finally, a lot of things that are coming up from the startup biotech space include sustainability initiatives. So working towards initiatives like My Green Labs, which has come up with a couple of our key stakeholders.
Great. So I sit on the membership and planning committee. I've got my cheat sheet here so I don't forget names, which is co-chaired by Laura Gallo and Bill Brody. We've got a pretty wide spectrum representing different areas of the industry on our committee. Katie Nielsen, Priya Shah, and Daniel Maldonado. As I look around the room today, I did see a lot of familiar faces, which was good, but I'm also excited to see a lot of new faces. So I would encourage you all, wherever your role is, join our organization. Help us all grow this industry in the New York City metro area. We usually meet every second Wednesday of the month. Like you say, we've been on the steering committee recently, so we have to get those rescheduled. But if you see me in the reception or some of the other people I mentioned on the committee, please come talk to us. We would welcome you with open arms. We've also been starting to move our committee meetings in person. We were able to host our last one at Shamit's new office space on Madison Avenue, and I'm always up for any excuse to bring someone in and break bread with us and to tell us each about our businesses and help us all grow our businesses.
So as you can see, we could talk about this all day, but we're keeping you all from what we really want to be doing, which is having conversations with each other. So unless there's any questions, Nancy, we'll turn it back over to you.
Yes, so thank you very much for their service. And as Chris said, we're keeping you from a drink and some food. So let's all relax and enjoy each other.
Okay.
Thank you.